Yo. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what's going on? Another day, another you, another me. It's Saturday night fight night. I'm going to watch some recorded games. I'm going to play some video games. And we're going to do all the other good stuff. Yeah. What's going on, Nimo Noom, Dirt Super Saiyan, Ram on YouTube? What's happening? Magic! What good stuff? You're the good stuff, Magic. You are. You are the good stuff. I got a game to start off the old streamer-rooney. I know Magic is holding out for announcement shenanigans, but I can confirm that the announcement that Magic is waiting for will be tomorrow. I can confirm that. That's 100% happening. So, exciting times. Exciting times indeed. All right. Let me get this give me game going. I don't like it. Which way do I put the players? All right, it's fine. Let's jump into it. Wait. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sort of members of the jury. What is going on? My name is Boit, and I am back with some more Age of Mythology, the retold action. In the blue color, playing as Zeus. His name is Recon. He's from the tag team. And his opponent today in the purple color because he loves to make his color blend in with his opposing player's color of blue. Nah, I'm just kidding. He just likes the color purple. He's playing as Uranus. And his name is decisive. Funnily enough, we're in the streamer package here, and we have apparently apparently whomever decided upon making this package of gods was like, you know what, let's make two Boits. So we got the Boit Uranus, and then we got the Boitus. So we got a mirror matchup. So it's going to be a game of pure and unadulterated skill to move forward through our map here. We are on the map Obsidian Ridge. A really nice defensive map. I think that it's probably going to be best here for decisive to think about going for some sort of a Valor type opening, some sort of a hero citizen type opening here with Uranus. It's a little bit difficult to get that early game pressure on. You've got the Sky Passages to play around early game, like Jason and Heracles, harassment, and all the other good stuff. As decisive was thinking about doing something with those citizens before deciding to bring them back over and both shooting up a temple. Looks like he might even be advancing as fast as he possibly can. Really strange build order from decisive. On the top side here from Recon, he drops his temple quick. He's advancing quick. I guess the map is somewhat close to your opponent as... a little bit of a screw up there on the old advance time. And he also canceled the villager to try and get his food through. A pretty unprofessional play from our professional player Recon there. What can I say? No, I'm just kidding. Stuff happens. But yeah, Recon here going for the quick advance. And we are actually going to see some early oracles here from deceive, Oracle Heroes. He finds himself the Ring of Nibelung. Just a little bit of extra gold income. It's not that much, but it's enough to help out. For Boit on the other side is always nice there as well, especially when you combine it with the Heroic Age. That poor turkey did not deserve to die. When you combine it with the Heroic Age with that Heroic Renewal, it can become very, 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 very powerful. So we'll see what deceive is going to be able to come up with. I think he is going the right god. I think going through Oceanus here would be incorrect. So Prometheus definitely makes a lot of sense here. But of course, we will be seeing the Heracles, who shall remain unknown. We do have John Tamaz though. John Tamaz is on the way. The Minotaur follows, and well, the correct play here, I think, for deceive, or the easiest way to play around this is, one, you have to scout it coming, but the main thing is just send a citizen quickly over to, say, a position on the map that you can see that's got food and gold on it, and you can see that he sees these ones over here. So he can come over here, drop a sky passage on this, and then he's got this, this, and this, and he can just move all his villagers away. And there's not really a whole lot that the recon early game attack is going to be able to do. That being said, recon has decided here that attacking the temple is going to be a half decent move. Turns around with some shanking action here. This is generally not the best of ideas, but recon going to pull back. He still doesn't have himself his upgrade for his heroes. He has to grab that fairly shortly as the military barracks is up. Promethean over here almost goes down, pulls back, keeps everything alive. They'll just need to get to work. This amount of pressure from recon really isn't that much, as deceive is just trying to keep everything as safe as he possibly can. One Mermilla hero will get converted here, but because he doesn't have Oceanus, it's not as easy of a defense, as a secondary Minotaur is going to be coming through, bolt onto the hero Mermilla there, and, well, deceive is in for a little bit of pressure, a little bit of problems here. Double Minotaur, and you can actually see the resources for recon now starting to trickle up to 350 gold, 350 wood, and behind this, he's going to be looking for his second town center. Now, all of this is perfectly fine, reasonable, makes sense. These Minotaur here will want to get pulled all the way back home and saved for maybe a Heroic Age, where he can grab the Technology Temple of Healing. They're a little bit they don't do a whole bunch now. But nonetheless, the villagers will make their way over to grab the town center. Best play here is on this map is to grab a second town center. And we're also going to be seeing the same thing from deceive. So both players have been delayed to some degree here. But end of the day, not a huge amount of damage done by recon. He gets the town center up. I mean, I'd probably argue that he gets the town center up before deceive would get his town center up, had they both gone for it naked. If they both went for a naked fast second town center, I think the Uranus would be slightly in front. But in this situation, it's not that big of a difference. It's pretty close. We do have that sky passage over here just in case for deceive. The best way to play with a fast second town center from Uranus is to stick the sky passage on your second town center, and then look to stick a sky passage on food somewhere so that the villagers can pop out directly onto that food situation. You can see that there's going to be a little bit of problems over here, as we do have over onto this side. The shockwave, as deceive says, I would really, really like to ensure that these Minotaurs end up dying here so they can't get healed back up. Nice one there from deceive. He gets one pick, going up to the next one. Nonetheless, recon is back home and playing some defense for the moment now, as the villagers will come over onto this one. Grabs the sky passage exactly here. There's one coming up onto this side as well. One interesting thing from deceive here is he's not actually dropping the sky passage in the main base. I don't think that's a terrible idea, because he can, if Recon decides to do some crazy all-in here where he goes for a whole bunch of hoplites and charges through the middle, then the citizens can just walk out the back over onto this side, bail out on this sky passage, and then they're still going to be fine. So I like that he's actually looking for the more aggressive sky passage positions. He's going in now for theft of fire as well. And considering, and I don't know if Deceive has spotted this. He hasn't spotted it, but he's got to know that something is afoot here. One idea that I really like in this specific situation for Deceive, now that he's up to like 8 or 7, 8 Valors, is actually to start manually heroizing your citizen. He's only got 5 hero citizens here. Now, of course, this does have some weaknesses, particularly the weakness of having a very limited amount of favor to use on either myth units or heroes. But if your opponent doesn't scout it, doesn't react to it, it can be incredibly powerful. So, for example, if you do scout it and you see your opponent manually heroizing citizens, best option is to make myth units to take advantage of the fact that their favor is very, very much exhausted. You can charge through and deal with that, or some sort of timing attack to hit before. Basically, just make units and try and kill off the Deuterinos or make some problems happen. But we're not actually. We might be seeing that happen here. We might be seeing that here. We've got the Heart of the Titans coming in, so this does lead into early hero citizens. The relic is in for the heroes, so he's getting just a tiny bit of HP back on this one. But nonetheless, a couple more oracles will start to come out, and because Deceive's got himself his sky passages set up, he should be able to have them very much protected in a nice way. If you've got a town center, oracle here, town center, through the sky passage for an oracle here, through the sky passage for the oracle here, that's going to be at least 4 oracles that are going to be very, very safe to have out. And you can also go for an oracle like, say, here as well, that can move back into this sky passage. So one on this side, one on this side. You just have to be quick enough to run with it. Oracles were buffed as well on the move speed, so they're going to be a little bit easier to keep alive. As you can see over onto this side, Deceive does actually not pay attention. He's going to lose that one there. He actually runs directly into the Hippias, not away from the Hippias. Oh. Be very, very quiet. The raid comes in and Recon does decide he needs to come over and defend this as the hero. Catapultes will absolutely and unequivocally make those Hippias feel like they don't exist. This army of infantry units is so strong. 5.3 speed on the Catapultes here, 5.3 speed on the Murmillos with that hero upgrade. Just makes them so strong. Both players going to the not the mythic age, but the heroic age now. Makes sense. Definitely want to get into those Apaspists if you are Recon here. But Deceive, he hasn't done the hero citizen shenanigans. So his economy, Deceive, his economy is not going to be as strong as I think it probably could be here. But he gets a faster heroic age off than he otherwise would. So he's going to have to make something with that. It looks like he's probably going to go into Satyrs, which makes some sense. Picks off a villager. Can't get the other one there. And the rest of these units are just going to be pulling out of this position for retreating back home. And we will see that heroic renewal. So all up, you're going to have a 1.5 regen plus the 0.25 regen here. So 1.75 on your hero Murmillos, as another sky passage to come up over onto the left side of the map. And that opens up even more oracle positioning as well. And to some degree, you could probably also think about deleting this one relatively soon and moving a sky passage up to here for even more positions, or over here for even more positions. That's the power of the sky passage in this specific situation, right? And that's what you want to use. But straight away, we see Recon doing very smart economic things, gets all his upgrades, and that's going to be fine for him, as he's going to get more houses. He doesn't have to react to anything. He's got himself a very safe gold mine. In fact, on this map, it's such a defensive map that you can very well just say, let's just drop watchtowers, maybe guard towers if you need to, but drop watchtowers, drop a fortress in the main base, and you can go to the Mythic Age very quickly. The only problem for Recon is he's had to go into farms. He's got 17 farms already, which will slow him down quite a bit here on his fast Mythic. And I guess for Deceive, on the flip side, if Recon is going for a slow fast mythic, if that makes any sense. A slow fast mythic, like he has to get all the upgrades and a couple of units, and a semi-fast mythic is probably the more accurate comment. Then deceive has even more opportunity to get his economy really working and start building towards the sort of Arcus hero Hecagigantes death ball that really you only got Lightning Storm to deal with if you allow it to happen as Zeus. It's very, very difficult to beat that composition. But we'll see how it goes as Deceive gets his palace up. He is getting upgrades and looking to do some things. We see a fortress coming up over here, which is just out of line of sight here. Nice play from Recon. He obviously doesn't know there's an Oracle. Well, he actually does know there's an Oracle here, but he's going to get that fortress up. If Deceive was maybe a little bit more active here on the Oracle placement, so he sees all of these gold mines, right? Then all of a sudden, this would never happen. There's way too many units out for Recon to actually deal with at the moment with the Chaos. Of course, there's a restoration, but effectively the Satyr and the Arcus should be able to deal with those Pacifists. Chaos is going to allow the infantry units in to snipe down all of the all of the Hippias, and he would be able to deny this, but not going to be there in time. And Recon will get up his fortress. He does get Chaos, then a restoration is going to be necessary there as the shockwave onto that backline does come through. Destroyer is going after the fortress while this is all going on. You have to micro those Arcus. There you go. Micro those Arcus on top of the Hypaspist. Otherwise, they'll take down those destroyers. Can't be having them hit the Hippias there. And Recon does make the decision to pull back, as he is also going to Hephaestus. So a bit of a win for Deceive, but Recon didn't really lose anything there. Like, maybe he lost like 500 resources and restoration. Not that big of a deal. Does he have himself his Temple of Healing tech? Nope. That would be useful for him, but nonetheless, Deceive going to continue to try and put some pressure on. We do see walls coming up over onto this side, as realistically here now, this top position is kind of everything. I'd love to see Deceive. Oh, he's going for the town center. Can he take the town center down and deny this Hephaestus? I think he can. I think he can. The pacifist trying to take these out, but these destroyers do not die. The Mythic Age denied, and Recon is in a very, very difficult position now. He goes onto the back town center for the Hephaestus. He's going to keep on trying it on, but this is a huge advantage for Deceive right now. Taking down the infrastructure here is going to be absolutely key. You don't really have to worry about the army all too much. You should have somewhat in the back of your mind that your opponent's going Mythic Age here. If they're going Mythic Age, then that means they've got 2,400 resources in the bank after you killed the town center. Now, of course, you can say Recon probably should have been going into the Mythic Age in that back town center, but nonetheless, you kill the towns and you should kill the infrastructure to stop the units from being able to get spammed out, and then you are in a very, very good position here. Up to the top side, villagers coming over here, houses coming down, armories on the back. We see the archery ranges getting plopped up on the back here. Wood situation, a little bit of a struggle town for Recon for the time being. As now the temple will slowly start to get torn down. And behind this as well for Deceive, he probably should be thinking about his own Mythic Age himself. He is going for this town center, but I think that town center doesn't really make sense at the moment. He's already at 94 villages. So it's not like it's going to be putting his economy in front. It's just giving him more population to play with. Whereas if he went to the Mythic Age here, then all of a sudden he unlocks the Hephaestus, not the Hephaestus, the Helios. He unlocks the Centamanus. He unlocks the Halo of the Sun Arcus, which do outrange those heavy, or well, they definitely outrange the Peltast, but they outrange the heavy Peltast as well. As little cheeky Chaos does come down, we will be seeing the Mythic Age coming in shortly here as well, as these units slowly starting to get taken down. The fortress in this position will end up going down as well. Mythic Age hits there for Recon onto the back, trying to get his temple up. Does he have the favor for Forge of Olympus? Yes, he does. 20 favor only. Since when was it 20 favor? I kind of remember the days when it was like 60 favor or something, but nonetheless, the unit's trying to charge through on this position, and Recon is just in the biggest world of hurt you will ever see at the moment. We've got a Bellerophon coming out. You got to make sure you get some units back over there. The only problem here for decisive is actually deciding to go Hecate here. I don't like that decision in the slightest. Not on Obsidian Ridge. The gold mines are pretty plentiful. There's still a long way to go in this game, even with this big of an advantage. And throwing away all your units on this fight is not going to be cutting it either. Deceive not building any units at the moment, so he's got no reinforcements really coming through. And, well, Recon is going to be able to move back, grab this town center. With that plenty vault, he goes up. Did he place it? Yeah, with that plenty vault, he goes up to something like 75 villagers. So he's not that far behind on income either. And, of course, the armory upgrade, Forge of Olympus, keeps him going, keeps him afloat in this game for a little bit longer. That being said, decisive should be basically full iron, not full iron, full bronze by now, considering the advantage that he did get. Over onto this side, the palace is up, going to try and lock down these gold mines. Effectively, palace spam a Tartarian gate makes a lot of sense, but I'm really not liking this Hecate choice from decisive in this situation. If, for example, decisive was Thea, then I would start to say maybe the Hecate makes sense because you're going to have no Hero Arcus. You're probably not going to go for Hero Arcus when you go Thea because you don't have that Hyperion upgrade, Heroic Renewal, to have an Undermine coming in. And also onto this side, trying to secure Gold Mine. And also no Dryads for the Hecate upgrades means it's a little bit lackluster. As the Sky Passage is going to attempt to get up here. Can he deny it? Oh my god, I've never seen a Sky Passage get denied in my entire life. There goes the Tartarian Gate onto the backside. Where was the... Wouldn't you drop it onto the Underworld Passage or something? Anyways, Tartarian Gate onto the backside. That Colossus will be able to deal with this. I think if I was Recon, you'd want to try and snipe those Tartarian spawns with the Bellerophon, but nonetheless, I think he's got enough HP there. Town center in the middle will end up going down. Hero Arcus charging forward there. They do get caught out by the Peltast, however, as the Colossus will end up dying, allowing the Tartarian Gate a little bit more survivability over here. Does he have himself the upgrade Masons? He does, so it's a little bit more powerful, but during this fight, decisive just loses everything while trying to keep his Tartarian Gate alive. Not ideal for him in the slightest, and Recon hits back, keeping himself alive in this game for sure, and he's successfully secured himself this top position. Now he can push through over onto the bottom side, look to try and secure this as well. He has to get over here, wall this off, and then he is fully secured in that corner to start a trade route and look to push this game as long as he possibly can. So the longer this game goes, because it's not Helios is the late game option for the Atlanteans. Because it isn't Helios, the longer this game goes on, the more powerful Zeus gets versus Uranus, basically. If it was Helios, I'd start saying, well, it's going to be difficult. I think the Helios late game is going to be kind of enough to, if it's equal with full iron, it's going to be enough to play for decisive, but he's in front, so he just has to continue putting pressure on here and continuing to chip away at Recon. Now, the more impressing matter is, why not go this way? The main base really doesn't have a whole lot going for it at the moment. Fire Siphon coming through, might be able to deny a town center going up here. It just needs a couple more shots off. Looks like it will get those shots off there as the Beltas coming forward. Good control there from decisive to pull back ever so slightly, but he just doesn't have the military at the moment. And look at this now. It's 20 range Peltas versus 20 range Arcus. Now, the point I'm making is if these were Hero Arcus, and in the Mythic Age through Helios, then they're at 21 range, which allows them to stay out of range of the Peltast until it's at champion. Of course, at the same range at champion, even so, you've got the speed advantage, so you can basically pull those Peltasts around whenever you want, whenever they get targeted. Nonetheless, Hoplites down to the bottom side of the map here as Recon tear down the military barracks, tear down this bottom side. I think decisive has really lost his grips on this game at the moment, just on the fact that he didn't get over on that right side and secure all of that gold, and the corner to boot. But nonetheless, trying to charge through here, the Lampedes on the front do actually a nice job of tanking this up. Does he have the upgrade for him? He's now going to be grabbing this. Asper Blood is, without question, an incredible technology for the Lampede lovers out there. It's amazing to deal with hoplites, which are relatively pricey at 90 resources, but they have a lot of HP. But they're just going to be one-hitting a hoplite, and they're also going to be chaosing a separate hoplite. So it can be very, very strong there. Deceive for the moment, no sky passages on the front. That's going to be hurting. He should be able to pop back here and deal with this hoplite force. Any amount of damage basically at this point is just huge for whoever manages to do it. Whoever manages to take the better fights at the moment is going to start finding the real advantage in this game, the tangible advantage, so to speak. But a little attempt at a wall coming up over here as the unit's going to continue to chase these hoplites around. As the Bellerophon charges forward, will end up getting picked off here as he takes a bunch of damage before falling. Or tanks a bunch of damage before falling is what I mean. But we'll see if he can. We'll see if decisive can hold on here. The other thing is that decisive still only has 5 hero citizens. 5 hero citizens, while Theft of Fire is an amazing economic boost, 5 hero citizens doesn't... I don't really care about that Theft of Fire in that situation. If you had like 25 hero citizens, it might be a different sort of situation there, but it's just not the case. So, yeah. Nonetheless, Recon will be able to win this fight. Pushes forward into a good spot. He's also got 7 villages on favor, looking to potentially go for another restoration. Up onto the top side, the towers are coming through. Wouldn't mind seeing guard towers here as well, but a market up for a trade route as well coming to this town center would be incredibly strong for Recon here, just on the fact that it means he's probably just never going to die. But decisive looking like he is run out of steam here. He's still got resources up the wazoo. Does he not have his upgrades? This is an upgrade here, Levy Military Barracks, that I don't see the Atlantean players grabbing enough. Really, really important. Pretty cheap, especially after you get 5 military barracks. It basically is it's just worth it instead of putting down an extra one. So there's no excuses to not have it, but decisive in a very, very tricky position. Now we have some Myrmidon starting to come through here. These are really interesting units at the moment. They got buffed recently, actually, but of course, Hero Fanatics with that amount and the Palace are going to be more than enough. But when you go for Hephaestus, the Myrmidon, if you go Athena, Hephaestus, the Myrmidon, they have to be amazing, right? You have to go for these and at least try and fill up some of your population with them, especially when your opponent gets to around about 50% hack armor. If they're at 50% hack armor, then the amount of damage they're actually doing ends up being more than kind of anything else can do, so to speak, to that unit, right? Like, yeah. Yeah. In other words, easy way to think about it is where's the Myrmidon? Myrmidon. Where's my Myrmidons? Over here. So the Myrmidon here is 15.3 divine damage per second. That would be like it's if your opponent's got 50% hack armor, that'd be like it's doing 30.6 hack damage per second. And of course the pacifist here is doing 40 something hack damage per second. So it's still doing more versus the infantry, but it's got less stats. Anyways. Decisive pulls back. He's got all of the hero units out. Does he have enough stuff here for him to actually win this fight or not is the big question. Fanatics on this right side doing a very, very nice job. Lampede not getting focused down. Probably a little bit of a mistake there from the Reconator. This guy will start to tilt the fight a little bit, and would you look at that? The Atlantean army, enough to break through here, even still behind on the armory upgrades, all through heroizing units there and the Fanatic. Big usage there of that Fanatic. Recon does decide now to go into the Toxotes. It's not actually a terrible idea. They're pretty strong for this point in the game. Generally speaking, those more generalist archers, they're pretty rubbish early on because counter archers exist. But for this situation, Decisive, I mean, he's got the Arcus, which can take them out by themselves. But if you mix in enough Peltasts, you should be okay. As the fortress is slowly going down, but the citizens are also going down here as well. Not sure why he's so content on leaving his citizens to die, but the fire siphons will be able to take out the fortress over here. Recon trying to break through this army, but just not quite able to. But while it's going on, he says, let's go for the main base. Colossus, Myrmidon. Of course, the Myrmidon doing a huge amount of damage to the palace here. They've got that 1.6 bonus. They got 21.5 divine per attack. So they're doing 42-ish. Well, no, they're doing a butt ton of damage to the actual building there. As the palace will go down, and Recon continues to take these fights. The problem for Recon is, if he doesn't really win the fight and there's a bunch of heroes left over with this much HP, look at the HP start to just go back up. Can I find a unit with low HP? It's funny. Look at that HP going back up. It's not slow. 1.75 actually at the moment. No, is it 1.5? Pretty sure it's 1.75 because the double rail. Yeah, 1.7. Oh, he lost the temple. My guy lost his temple. Well, nonetheless, temple will have to come back up. Has to get those relics back in. To get his units a little bit more powerful. As the army for Recon decides it can start to charge in yet again. I mean, Recon's at full population. Deceive just not. And he is going to lose everything on this front. And that's a lot of expensive units here to be throwing away. This is the hard part about playing Aranos. And that's why Deceive taps out, losing that expensive army. He's not going to be able to make that for quite some time here. So the hard part about playing Aranos in the late game is that you basically can't, you don't want to lose that army. You don't want to take an actual big fight and stand still with a massive heroized Arcus army. But yeah, without going Helios here, Deceive did kind of make this game very, very tough for himself in a couple of major throws towards the end of this game, especially when he dropped the Tartarian Gate and then he threw his army away. Had he dropped the Tartarian Gate, used the distraction to fully secure the right side of the map, while also having the Sky Passage over here with palaces over here, more palaces over here, then all of a sudden Recon will be out of gold and you just have to win a fight, and you do win the game. But nonetheless, well played there from Recon. He was almost out of this one. By all intents and purposes here, Deceive really did outplay at the start of this game. But unfortunately, you have to outplay for the entirety of the game to beat a player of Recon's stature. He is not going to make it easy for you ever. And when it comes down to it, just like chess, it's the person who makes the last mistake is the one that loses a Game of Age Mythology. If you guys enjoyed this one, make sure to follow on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, hit that subscribe button, and we'll see you in the next one. Well, that was a fun game. That's the type of game we want. Why would Helios be a lot better? So the Centamanus are really, really, really good. The Arcus heroes become even stronger, so they get an extra 10% damage, which is almost like the difference maker on the Arcus. So an extra 10% damage, but more importantly, an extra 1 range. And that's the difference maker for the Arcus versus the Greek army. The Centamanus plus this unit getting really good. The Vortex as well would be really nice there. You can catch your opponent out with, say, like a Chaos and a Vortex as well. But yeah. You want me to watch this one? All right. Sure. All right. How's everyone going? What are these god pictures? Don't worry about it. As long as we don't see Zeus or Uranus again, you won't have to worry about it. You might have to worry about something else, though. Alrighty, we got ourselves another game, another you, another me in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue Tezcatlipoca. His name is Matador. Newly buffed, new and improved, terrifying, and all the other good stuff. His opponent today in the red color, playing as a Moskyden. His name is Atif. So, recently, both of these gods did receive some buffs. Poseidon, kind of a... How do I put this? It's not like a direct buff to Poseidon per se, but Ares got buffed. So Ares now gives the pestilence does a little bit more, slows the building rate down a little bit more with the pestilence, and you also get a little bit more HP on that Cyclops. So technically speaking, the Cyclops from Hades got nerfed, but for Poseidon got boosted, and for Demeter got boosted. So bit of a power shift there a little bit. And of course the Tezcatlipoca, well, this god got, what did it get? It got its bugs fixed. So now its obsidian shards, I haven't actually seen yet. Its obsidian shards should be spawning all 3 units at a 33% chance. That's number 1. Number 2 is that now Tezcatlipoca gets access to the Jaguar Rider in the Heroic Age. Which, to be completely honest, is incredibly strong. The Jaguar Rider is not a Mythic Age, sorry, it's not a Heroic Age unit. It's very, very strong. All right, we do have the Obsidian Mirror coming through. He steals the lure. He places it next to the Calpulli. This is an interesting part about... how do I put this? This is an interesting part about the Tezcatlipoca thing. I think you really... I think that the lure really should be a Calpulli type thing rather than just a granary. Reason being is it's just better to get the livestock pen. So you're going to lose out on your lure granary no matter what here as Tezcatlipoca. Of course, you could just say, well, maybe don't drop the lure then, save it for the classical age, which is a very fair point, and Matador probably should have done that, especially if he wants to do something like a fast heroic or a second town center. But of course, thinking about this stuff in the game, that's sort of different. You have to sort of come up with it on the fly. Tezcatlipoca is quite difficult where that's concerned because every sort of god power has slightly different usages, but nonetheless, we will be seeing the Ares coming through for Atif. And the lure gets stolen again, it looks like, for Matador. Anyways, Cyclops coming through for Atif as he will wander across the map. Of course... Wow, this is a late advance from Matador. He's about to be in some trouble here, no? I mean, he can get some some warrior priests out and try and defend, I guess. He does decide to go through Wei Coyote. Coyote. Bernistoni. Thanks, my friend. Thanks for the kind words from New Zealand. Must be late over there. Go to sleep. I'm just kidding. Stay up. Stay up. Hang out with me. Cyclops comes in. Matador on the garrisons here. Villagers over here will get picked up. Does he know? Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know the tech. Villager gets sent flying. We'll stay. Oh, he was aiming at the villagers. He did manage to hit 2 of them. Maybe worth actually sacrificing there. But for the moment here, Matador really is going to be needing a huge amount of gold income as the warrior priest dives over here. He's waiting for Wei Coyote to come through such that he can turn it into a Tajipla over onto this side. Tries to take out a villager on that one. Not going to be able to do so as the warrior priest gets a couple of smacks in over here. The lumber outpost almost going down. You've got to turn this into a turret. You don't have another choice. This has to go into a turret. This is a very, very powerful unit in turret form, but very not powerful outside of turret form. Nonetheless, then again, the Cyclops would be insanely strong against this one in turret form, in hindsight. But, well, you got to pick your poison here. If you don't put it in turret form, the heroes are really strong versus it. As it does end up dying there. Sad day to be a Matador fan here, as the villagers all pop back. They're still trying to get back onto this gold mine. Hippias flooding into this main base. As there goes the... Oh, that was weird. Oh, the town center shot them. The town center shot them, so they got woken up from the lullaby. Only the one Hippias actually was asleep again there, as the Tajipla now does come through, dives in onto the Cyclops, as finally the Cyclops will end up going down, and a little bit of reprieve here for Matador, as this Tajipla will end up finishing off the Theseus. That's a feel good, but the Tajipla is going to be falling here as well soon. And on the flip side, another Cyclops coming in for Atif as an archery range will get dropped down, as these Hippias are just going to be circling around, trying to find villager kills left, right, and center. So War Hut is up. One big advantage here for the Aztecs as well now in terms of their War Hut units. They are much less expensive on the gold. So you can go very heavily in onto the War Hut units if you like, and you can get a lot of them out off of just the one gold mine. That being said, the warrior priests are very expensive on the gold, so there is that there as well at 40 food, 60 gold. But, I mean, so far so good for Atif. I think he's done the early game damage. I reckon he probably should have gone into a Paspist here rather than the Toxotes at the moment. That would be quite scary for the classical age Matador, right? Because you got the Cyclops to help take out the Tequila archers and things like that. Do have those spearmen on the front. Almost going down there as they have to pull back. Picks off a couple of Hippias before pulling away. Of course, he can go into another Tajipla here with one of those low HP warrior priests if he wants to. What do we think about it? A lure recast? I don't think there's much need on this side of things for the moment. He's got plenty of food. On this side, probably not. Generally, the lure recast you want to save for when you go 2 TC versus 1 TC would be my guesstimation on that. Like, you're getting heavy pressured, you don't have access to food, so drop the second lure recast, save yourself from getting onto farms for a little bit longer. Nonetheless, the Hippias sneaking through here. Not too scared of the towers at the moment. They don't have crenellations in, but they are scared of 1 or 2 spearmen. I love to see this. This is the type of interaction that we like here. We love a unit that is a counter unit that does a huge amount of damage to the unit that it counters. That's what we like to see. All right, we got ourselves Will of Kronos as well for Atif. much does it spawn in the classical age? You get 1,300 food and 4 chickens. So 1,700 food? Is that how math works? Yeah. 1,700 food total. Of course, the chickens do count as herdable, so if you get husbandry as well, then you can have the hunt rate on everything that comes from that lure. How do you see the detailed information? Loki's advanced tooltips. It's a mod. Four chickens is... I'm pretty sure there are 100 food. Stop confusing me, Recon. I have to trust you, but you're saying things that are wrong. 100 food. So the Tejipla coming through. Is this going to be enough? These, I was a little worried when I saw the hero damage boost. Seems like the Tejipla and the Warrior Priest do a lot of damage at the moment to myth units, and Matador, he sees the Cyclops and it immediately says, I'll just go Tejipla and charge through. Now, one thing here that a Tiff can potentially do is just try and actually take the Tejipla out, because he doesn't do a huge amount of damage to units not named hero. So that's the secret there. Nice play from Atif to keep his Cyclops away and alive before sending that in to try and get onto those Tlalmani spearmen. Going to this side, spearmen, a couple of pokes before running away. Got to be so careful when you're close to the Cyclops, because he just does so much damage. Look at this, 65 hack damage on the throw, and with area of effect. So if you actually nail that onto these spearmen, it's just, it doesn't kill them obviously, but it probably brings them down to, from 94 HP, probably brings them down to about, I don't know, 60 HP total. It's a huge amount of damage. Some Pantley Tower slowly starting to get knocked down as we got the Tejipla coming through. Has to snipe that one yet again. A little bit slow there. A little bit of miss macro, or micro I should say, on the part of Atif, as Matador managing to get in here and getting it all happening. Over onto this side, another Cyclops to come through, as the Tejipla does have a little bit of lifetime left. Over onto this side, another Elder Cyclops will be coming through. Picks up one Spearman, throws it over onto this side. Not going to be able to take out the Tejipla. Another Cyclops going down there. I mean, there's so many actually. He's going for a bunch of them. Like, on the one hand, Matador's managing to kill these off. But on the other hand, every time he's building every time he's killing an Elder Cyclops, he is losing a villager, right? In terms of the favor. How much favor has he actually sacrificed here? He's got plus 16. Has he sacrificed any? Never mind. I don't think he sacrificed any. He's getting that all from Tenali. So never mind. This is just all value for Matador and no value for Atif. Atif is having a tough game at the moment. As the Tejipla pops back out, chives in. Cyclops will turn, start smacking, picks off one Tejipla. I mean, you got to ask the question, is one Tejipla worth one Cyclops? So it's 100 resources plus 15 favor. It's 100% worth one Cyclops. Without question. It's 150 resources, 18 favor. Nonetheless, all the units are out over here, and Matador still has to be very, very careful. To the backside, the Hippie is still searching around. You do see Atif playing as Muscaidon. He is well and truly in front on the villager count, 48 to 40. It's been full pressure, full send from Atif in this game. I'm still surprised we haven't seen any military academy for Hapaspis here. Like, if there was like 5 Hapaspis in this army, all of a sudden, these spearmen they can't really do anything anymore. Nonetheless, Atif says it's time to go. Onto the back there, the Warrior Priest getting converted. He does manage to prevent that one from converting. The Cyclops picks up the Jaguar Warrior. No, the Ocelotl Warrior. Units popping back out over onto this side yet again, but these are Toxotes. These are Spearmen. Toxotes will beat the Spearmen. Even if they're in melee range, I believe they win the fight. What's the DPS? 7.2 versus 6.6. Yeah, they absolutely win that fight. But Atif is really sending it down hard here into the Matador base for the moment. I think he's like concerned that there might be some sort of a heroic age coming in, and he really doesn't want to deal with that. Really big attack, throws a lot of stuff away, but does a lot of damage. Meanwhile, behind this, I wouldn't be surprised to see Atif just going to the heroic age himself here. Military Academy is getting dropped down. A little bit short on the gold, but he is over here onto this gold mine. Does have himself the pickaxe upgrade. No hand axe just yet. Definitely a technology worth grabbing for the moment. These Ocelotl Warriors are going to look a little bit scary. Good thing for Atif is that he has the Elder Cyclops, though. They're a nice counter for this. Meanwhile, there goes the Daemus' Sword of Dread. The Pacifist will be on the table here. More Cyclops coming in. Coyote Warriors coming through as well. Of course, if you run one Coyote Warrior into a pack of 21 medium Toxotes, your Coyote Warrior will die. I'm a little surprised we haven't been seeing them here, to be honest. That would be an amazing unit to build, especially with Wei Coyote. You get that boosted speed from... Does he have the tech? No. From Tolzamtli drums, I think it's what it's called. So they can move up to like 5.3 or 5.5 speed or 5. Actually, it's even faster than that. It might be 5.8 speed. Can't remember. Does he have one? No. I think they're at 5.3 speed. So 5.3 times 1.1 is what? Someone help me out with math. I can't do that math. 5.3 times 1.1. So yeah, 5.8. I was right. 5.83. Which is incredibly fast and would absolutely wreak havoc on the Toxotes. That being said, the Pacifists are in. The Elder Cyclops are in. Is there the other tech here as well? There is. There's no excuses. This is 110%. If there was a Coyote angle, this is it. This is the Coyote angle. You get that tech. The Coyote Warriors will not die to Toxotes with that tech at all. And you will charge in and absolutely dominate. Of course, the Pacifists are in now. Maybe a little bit... Yeah, you can also go in for the archers as well. But... the other thing here that Matador hasn't been building, which is really missing, is those laser turret boys. He absolutely needs those, but he's not building them. He does decide to convert a Warrior Priest in. It gets sniped on the conversion, picking some units off onto the back there. There goes the Heroic Age for Atif. And now he says it's time to go after the Townsend. He has bronze, doesn't want to click it just yet. As all of those spearmen on the middle there going down. There's the bronze. Atif takes the Townsend down. He takes down the Deuterino there, the Tajipla. Onto the back, there goes the Ocelotl Warriors. And it looks to me like the Golden Army of Atif is able to take out the Titan Matador with some nice moves here. Well played from Atif using the new and improved shiny golden Cyclops. Look at this guy. 756 HP in the Heroic Age. That's a feel good. Really, really well played game here from Atif. Couple of crazy moments. I would have liked to see what would have happened if Matador actually went for Coyote Warriors. I have this feeling that there's going to be a similar thread that Coyote Warriors are just bad, but I'm still like waiting to see someone actually use them. I saw one in this game. I I built one Coyote Warrior and it didn't kill 21 Toxotes. Buff. Anyways, if you guys enjoyed this one, make sure you hit follow on the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button, and I'll see you guys in the next game. With the Myth unit, hit point changes as a buff or nerf for the Cyclops. It's a nerf to the Hades Cyclops, but a buff to the Poseidon and Demeter Cyclops, and a buff to the Mythic Age Cyclops for Hades. By 1% HP. All right. Oh. All right. Let's what are you gonna do? Let's see who's playing on the ladder at the moment. Tiefin Matador. Maybe I'll play a game. Why it's a nerf to Hades? Well, Hades got Hades now no longer is a 15% boost. It's 4% HP per age. So in the classical age, you're getting 8% HP instead of 15. And then in the heroic age, you get 12, and in the mythic age, you get 16%. Actually, hold on one second. I'll be right back, guys. Be right back. Give me a second. Alrighty. Let's go. Let's play a video game. I've been playing really, really bad recently, I think. Like, really bad. Either I'm playing bad or everyone's getting tons better. I think it's the I'm playing bad side of things, to be completely honest, but I don't think I'm going to be able to fix that without focusing in. I don't know if I'm ever going to focus in ever. Nerf Sentinels, yeah. Hades is a pretty good god. I think Hades is still really good, to be honest. What's the win rate for Hades at the moment, actually? Let's have a look. I know it's only let's go 1500 plus. 42%. Terrible. Nerfed into the depths. Unplayable. Yes. Thanos, it's time to learn a new god. Time to learn a new god. Can we announce the qualifier link? Oh yeah. I didn't look at it yet though. Is it ready? Can people sign up from the link? Let me just go here. Hey boy, what do you think on other Greeks? Do you think they're strong in this patch? I think Greek is always gonna be like pretty strong. Just on the like late game angle. You've always got that to play for, and you're always gonna have a good game. I didn't come into this with any plans, so I'm gonna play random. Yeah. I don't know, to be honest. There's still some stuff that seems really, really powerful. There's not a whole lot of stuff that I'm like unhappy to play at the moment because it's really weak. Like, yeah. Everything seems like it's in an okay spot, but I don't know about this yet. And there's probably a couple of gods that it's always this way, right? It's like everything's kind of okay, and there's a couple of outlier gods that are just way too strong. It's always kind of been that. Make China great again? Well, yeah, let's talk about it then. Oh, we're playing against Baynak and I have Poseidon. Okay.
Θηρευτής. Ορθός. Πάνι. Προσταγμές του. Θηρευτής.
So what would help? What would fix China? Go on, come on, Twitch chat and YouTube chat. What's wrong with China? So first you have to come up with that. You have to explain what's wrong with China. Not what's weak about China. Because that's debatable, I think. I think a lot of people think that China is quite... A lot of top players think China is like okay at the moment. Let's go on this one. But more so, what's like not fun with China? Why is China the lowest play rate civilization? Of course, you have the fact that people played a whole bunch of the game before Retold came out, and they just are going to play their gods regardless. Like, we've already got Greek mains, Egyptian mains, Norse mains, and Atlantean mains, but that doesn't really explain away the... doesn't really explain away much. You know, like, you got the Greek, you got the Japan mains, you've got the Aztec mains. Of course, Aztecs are the most new, so there's not really any Aztec mains, so to speak, but, yeah. Quafu don't deal enough damage is an interesting take. Hold on, I gotta focus up for the build order. I really, really mean this. China H2 is very miserable, even for casual players, due to the slow positioning required. And the Civ is built to be slow. It's an interesting one. I'm not sure how you fix that. Do you know what I mean? Like, how do you, like, that? Like, you could take a whole bunch of power away from the Dao. You could give China the White Horse Cavalry in the classical age, and then you could put the Dao into the castle. I'm a fan of that idea. I think it's a good idea, but I don't know if it would ever happen. I have to go this against Huitzilopochtli, otherwise I die.
Λέει βούλομαι.
Έτοιμη.
Έτοιμος.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Μεταλλεύς.
Λέγε βούλομαι. Ναι. Τέκτον. Πρόσταγμα.
Λέει πάνι. Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος. Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε ορθός.
Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε θηρευτής. Μάλιστα. Θηρευτής. Έτοιμος.
Έτοιμα. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι, έστω.
Λέγε. Έτοιμη. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον. Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμος.
Προσβάνει.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Ναι. Μεταλλεύς.
Προσέκτον. Τέκτον. Προστέκτον. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος.
Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή. Έστω. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Ισμάχιν. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Έστω.
Έστω. Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Προς εισβολός.
Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Λέει μάλιστα. Εισβολή.
Λέγε. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Έστω.
Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έστω.
Προς τα έστω.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Λέγε. Βρυτό. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Βουκορβός.
Ναι. Ισμάχιν. Μάλιστα. Εισβολή. Ναι. Έστω.
Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Έτοιμος.
Λέγε μάλιστα. Καλώς.
Έστω.
Έτοιμο. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή.
Έστω. Ναι. Καλό. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Καλώς.
Μάλιστα. Ισμάχιν. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έστω.
Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Έτοιμο. Ναι.
Έτοιμος. Ναι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Λέγε.
Okay.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Της μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε βου μάλιστα.
Θηρευτής. Μάλιστα. Βουφορβός.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέστο. Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμος. Έστω.
Προς μάλιστα. Βουλ μάλιστα.
Λέει ορθός. Βουλ ορθάνει.
Έτοιμος. Έστω.
Έτοιμο. Βουλ ορθός.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος. Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε.
Λέγε. Έτοιμος.
Λέγε ναι. Ταπεινός.
Πρόστα. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Λέγε. Έστω. Ναι.
Έστω. Ναι.
Alrighty, that's
Λέγε.
good. Finish up on
Πρόσεχε.
this.
Πρόστα. Έστω. Έτοιμος.
Πρόσταγμα. Έστω.
Λέγε.
Λέγε. Έστω. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Έτοιμο. Έστω. Ναι. Έστω. Ναι. Έστω. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Ετοίμος. Προς μάλιστα. Λέει πάνι.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Έστω.
Έτοιμος. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμος. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Έστω.
Έτοιμο. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Καλώς.
Βούλομαι.
Is he on this town center then?
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόστα. Βουλάνι. Ορθός. Βουλάνι.
Oh, he is.
Ναι.
Λέει ορθάνι. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέει ναι.
Λέγε βούλ.
Έτοιμος.
Θηρευτής.
Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Ναι. Έστω.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Μεταλλεύς.
Με μεταλλεύς.
Ναι. Μεταλλεύς.
Λέγε.
Ναι. Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Εισβολή.
Πρόστα. Ετοίμο. Εισβολή.
Έτοιμος. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Βόλομαι. Εισβολή.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι, έστω.
Έστω.
Λέει βούλομαι.
Προς τα βου. Λέει μα. Προς τα έστω. Βου. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Έτοιμος.
Senton up for everyone.
Έστω. Βου.
Ετοίμ. Ναι.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Προς μάλιστα. Εις μάχην.
Λέγε. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε. Βου. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Έστω. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμο. Καλώς.
Λέγε. Καλώς.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Βου. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Πάνι. Εισβολή.
Έτοιμο. Μάλιστα. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Βου. Έστω. Βου. Μάλιστα.
Προσταγμός. Εις μάχη.
Βου. Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Βούλομαι.
Βούλο.
Παν. Ορθός.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Βου. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Βου. Έστω. Εισβολή. Έτοιμος.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Καλώς. Ετοίμ. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Έτοιμος. Μάλιστα.
Έτοιμη.
Λέγε.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Ναι. Τέκτον. Προς μάλιστα. Θηρευτής.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Εισβολή.
Λέγε. Προστάνη. Εισβολή.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Έστω. Βου. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Καλώς.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έστω. Μάλιστα. Εισβολή. Καλώς. Βου. Ναι.
Έτοιμο. Καλώς.
Λέγε. Έστω. Προς ναι. Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμος.
Λέγε. Έτοιμος.
Τέκτον.
Λέγε.
Έστω. Βόλομαι. Εισβολή.
Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Βόλομαι. Μάλιστα. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Έτοιμη. Ναι. Βουφορβό. Πρόσταγμα.
Βούλομαι. Έτοιμο. Παν. Ορθβάνη. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Ορθάν. Ορθός. Παν. Ορθός. Πάνι. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Προς έτοιμος. Λέγε. Βούλάνι. Έτοιμος. Ορθβάνη. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθβούλάνι. Εις μάχην. Λέγε. Καλώς.
Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Βουφορβός.
Λέγε.
Okay.
Βούνε. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Μα ναι. Ορθός. Όρο. Έτοιμος. Πάνι. Ορθβάνι. Λέγε. Ορθός. Πάνι. Πρόσταγμα. Εισβολή.
Έτοιμο. Μάλιστα.
Έτοιμος. Θηρευτής. Μάλιστα. Βρυτόμος.
Λέγε. Εις μάχην.
Λέστο. Μάλιστα. Καλώς.
Έτοιμος.
Βόλομαι. Μάλιστα. Εισβολή.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Έστω.
Έτοιμο. Λέγε.
Βουφορβός.
Λέγε.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Βου. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Βου. Ναι.
Έτοιμο. Έστω. Πρόσταγ. Βόλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι.
Λέγε. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Εισβολή.
Έτοιμο. Πρόσταγμα. Βόλομαι. Μαέστο.
Έστω. Εις μάχην. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Έστω. Τέκτον.
Λέμα. Έστω. Τέκτον. Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμο.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε.
Έστω. Καλώς. Έστω. Ναι. Εισβολή. Βου. Λέγε. Έστω.
Ετοίμος. Λέγε. Πάνι. Ορθός.
Πρόσεχε. Βου. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Βουλ. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Έστω. Βουλ. Μάλιστα. Εις μάχην.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμος. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον. Έτοιμος. Ναι. Τέκτον. 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 Θηρευτής.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Ορθός. Λέγε.
Μάλιστα. Βου. Έστω.
Λέγε. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Ορθός.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Βουλ. Έστω. Βουλ. Μάλιστα. Έστω.
GG. Centaur OP. Aztecs versus Centaur worse than before? I don't know. Yeah, if he got the walls up over here and he didn't chop this wood line down, like maybe went for the wood line here, spread out the villages a bit. Or maybe went for a later advance and walls everything up early and then just wanders over to the town center with a couple units. Sort of makes sense. But you don't need to like, yeah, I don't know. I'm playing like this way, right? So I don't take damage from him. I'm trying to get my entirety of my map walled up so I don't have to deal with the butterflies. Man, there's a lot going on here. This is quite tough to do. Anyone who does this really, really well with Poseidon is like, if you get all these walls up, like I probably could have had my map wall to here, wall to here, wall to here, and then wall to here. I probably could have had my map walled up already, and then even if I couldn't have gotten in and and killed him on this backside or whatever, I would have been okay to then deal with the butterflies. Yeah, killing the temple. The temple going up here was really big mistake because losing the temple means you can't build warrior priests. You have to make sure that that temple is as safe as possible as the Aztecs. It's a huge weakness. Like if somebody puts their temple out, I'm less like very, very, very important. Oh, fun game though. All right, let's find a game to watch. Yeah, we're gonna do a Castorino. Let's find a nice one. Soup versus Ulysses, Loki mirror. I haven't seen a Loki mirror in forever. I think I want to watch that. This one I do want to watch, but not really. Okay, what about that one? Hang on, we're gonna find the perfect game. We're gonna find the perfect game. Just wait. Here we go. This is the game, I think. Hades versus Loki. Old school. No school like the old school. No school like the old school. I love this matchup. Not really. I actually don't, but. Hashtag Boit versus Doodoo. Yeah, Doodoo scared me a couple of times. I might have lost one game versus him in a custom, actually. I was trying very hard to make something work that could not work. But anyways, all right, let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another game. Another you, another me. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue Loki. Or should I say Mosky? Or Mooski? The blue Mooski. It is Craghack. And on the left-hand corner of the map, not playing as anyone special, he's playing as Hades, a player I haven't really seen play a whole lot of 1v1s recently. This is Miracle. He's an incredibly high-level team game Hades player. And I thought, what better to do than to watch a team game player playing some 1v1s? They often have a little bit of a different way to approach the game and all that other good stuff. We do see a temple coming up here. I've been more... The more I play, the more I don't like the exposed temples. Like on Legacy, it was less of a deal to lose your temple. It was only 200 resources on Legacy, but in Retold, it's 300 resources. And of course, Retold's been out for quite some time now, and I'm bringing this up just on the fact that like some tendencies from Legacy have just stuck with us for no real good reason other than we just did it like this. You know what I mean? Like we did it like this, so that's why we place our temple out here. We're building it here so that we can then protect ourselves with our walls and building walls and all that stuff. But the temple is just far too valuable to have stuck out in your base, especially versus some sort of an aggressive god like Muski over here. Not saying that Kraghack is going to go particularly aggressive or not. I don't know what he's going to do, but the fact of the matter is it is exposed and it is going to be an option here. In fact, there's a world tier where there's a strategy actually that Soup has been employing, and Soup doesn't really take you through his decision-making process when he chooses to do strategy A or strategy B. And there's this opening that Soup does, which I'm a big fan of because it allows him to make a decision between rushing and relic farming. I'm not sure if this is what Kraghack is doing. It actually looks a little bit like he is, but the decision making is the important part. And what's the decision making aspect? What do you have to figure out? Well, I think the simple way to decide whether you want to rush or you want to go for the early Herser is you send your Berserk directly to your opponent's base immediately. You drop the spy down like Kraghack has done, and if you see an exposed temple, you go Heimdall, you rush, and you focus that temple down. Because it's free 300 resources to kill. And of course, you use your Undermine to kill it, but it's a big deal to do that type of thing, in my opinion. Of course, Hades has got Sentinels, but we don't have to care too much about it. We'll be out of there before the Sentinels kills the Herser anyways, because it goes down so fast. But it's basically a 3 Herser Ironry, take the temple down. And it's down by like 3 minutes and 40 seconds anyways. And then you're off grabbing relics too. Of course, the other option is to just go for the early Herser. If your opponent has got a safe temple, you don't have anything to really attack. So you go for the relics in that sort of a situation. That's my guess on that, at the very least. I should talk to him about it at some point if there's anything to do with the decision making, or if he's just kind of rolling a dice or flipping a coin and saying, am I rushing or not? But anyways, a couple of amazing relics on the map. We have that Adel of Echatel. Thank you for the tongue twister there, devs. This one gives your ranged soldiers in particular a boosted DPS, as well as all your buildings as well. Tale of Cerberus over here as well. Huge relic there for our Loki player, as well as our Hades player too, to be honest. Titan's Treasure here as well, making those advanced times or advanced those ages a little bit cheaper and all that other good stuff, as Zom does come down now for Miracle. And you can see that this is exposed over here. Actually, can you see? I can't exactly show you that it's exposed unless I can build a tower. Yeah, so the tower on top of this, that's 18 range. So it does not hit the... Wait, is it? No, it's 20 range. So it doesn't hit the edge of the temple. So you can actually kill this without taking any damage. One villager going down there as Kraghack gets in, and he will be pulling away. Nice little spot there from Kraghack as Miracle. Gonna take a couple of whacks in the back before he pulls back into his main base. The Minotaur going to pop back over here as the Herser will be pulling all the way back home. Now we will have ourselves the Hall of Flames coming through for Kraghack. He's got himself up the Great Hall as well. And this is where, for me, it's time to start learning a little bit about how to play Loki. The Loki classical fight is something that I'm not exactly sure how to approach. As we see the Minotaur getting sniped there. I'm not exactly sure how to approach the Loki classical fight. I think the idea is that you have to not stay too much into the classical age. You want to secure your gold mine. You want to get to the heroic age in a reasonable manner. But yeah, I'm really not sure about it. But nonetheless, Toxotes are out. We do have the Miracle Academy, the Military Academy up as well. And from here on out for Miracle, well, he's just got to be careful of his wood line, as Kraghack is going to be looking for some raids. Nice little find here. Gets it onto the back there. We'll pick off one villager, as the rest will be bailing into the tower. Gets some extra damage down. I'm sure Miracle will pop back out here and just drop a wall down now. Just the tiniest. You don't even need to wall everything off. Just the tiniest wall would be enough to protect this position. But the raiding cavalry coming back in. They were in once. Why not hit it again? As Miracle is going to be getting hit on this villager there. That's stuck there. He's not going to be able to get away. And that's 2 Vil picks from Kraghack. As he doesn't stay there, he's just like, let's kill it and then let's run. And, well,
Έτοιμοι.
and he just sends another villager, just the one yet again. And he just pops back in and picks up another villager. That's wild. All right, but a town center actually coming up for Kraghack now. This is another really weird option. I've never considered this. This seems absolutely and unequivocally crazy from the side of Kraghack. You're going to fall victim to a myriad of different options here for the Hades, from a quick heroic age for a fortress in the face, to just mass units sitting on your second gold mine. Of course, there's a gold mine over here as well, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to make that work, but villagers get pushed off of this position as Miracle is ready to make some stuff happen. He has got the healing spring under his control as well. 24 seconds remaining on this town center, and, well, Kraghack now has been caught out in a big way. He does have most likely the advantage to take this fight. There's really not a whole lot of units over here. Maybe a restoration is going to have to be dropped. There is the healing spring. There goes that restoration, as the raiding cavalry do need to pull back. And more units are without question needed here for Miracle. He's got a lot of units queued up into his military academy and archery range, unfortunately, as that is obviously not what you want to do. Get more military buildings down, have more military units out. Nonetheless, the town center over here, or the settlement over here, has been denied, and that's a big amount of damage done onto Kraghack's, like, army, economy, everything. But restoration down is going to be nice, as now Kraghack is looking for the reinforcement series. He's going to be able to pick off one Toxotes as that dies there, and we'll see if Miracle can get back up there and deal with all this or not, as more hoplites, Toxotes coming in. And the bloodied hoplite does die, drops his spear, and he's an upset man. Well, not upset. He's got no feelings. He's dead. He's gone to the underworld to see Hades. Now Kraghack. I'm not exactly sure right now what state of the game we're in. Like, is it advantage Miracle or is it advantage Kraghack after picking those units? Like, Miracle picked the town center, but then Kraghack picked a whole bunch of units, and Kraghack has picked off a villager or two. What up? How's it going, my friend? See, I'm really not sure what the go is at the moment, as a couple of Toxotes will end up going down on the retreat as well. Huge. This is so much value from Kraghack here. He's just managed to... Generally what happens when I play Loki is... Well, I don't manage to get the Toxotes kills with my raiding cavalry. Normally I struggle to actually kill those Toxotes, but Kraghack has just gotten so much value here, and now he's going to go up through Bragi. Now, I don't particularly like the Bragi pick on this map, in this matchup, so either of them. Because of many different reasons, from Curse to Underworld being a nice counter to Flaming Weapons, to Battleborn not being as good versus Norse as Mountain Giants, to Walking Woods being immediate assistance without me needing to actually have an army out to help me out to defend something or put pressure onto our opponent or whatever. But nonetheless, another settlement. So Kraghack is very dead set. Salty Nips IRL. What's going on, man? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. But okay. We got the Kraghack down center at 30 seconds. Up onto the top side there. The hoplites coming through. Villagers gonna come through and grab the settlement for themselves as well. But this does now... I mean, what is this gold mine? He came over here onto this and he says, let's just pop into the corner. Living the dream. So raiding cavalry will pop back. Unit's now going to start motoring on forward. Toskopos does end up getting sniped over there as well. And Krakak is well and truly in the advantage here. Does he have an armory? He doesn't have any armory upgrades. Miracle's getting his upgrades. But at this point, it's seeming incredibly difficult for Miracle to get out of the position he's in. That being said, he might be able to just push forward, grab this gold mine, take this game very, very slowly, and simply be completely fine playing like a 2 town center versus 3 town center position, and then like underworlding to safety, so to speak. Thank you for the 7 months, Dimmerim. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Tilbúin.
Another military academy coming up for Miracle. Over onto the backside, just going to keep using his healing spring. I'd love to start seeing in these sort of positions where your opponent is sort of sitting back booming and getting up their defensive walls. I like to see the offensive walls starting to come up. Things like walling off this position or whatever. Of course, the units are out, making sure that that's not happening for the moment as the Toxotes get sent forward to their deaths. That's not an ideal movement there from Miracle. Huge catch for Krakak, because that's going to give him not only the value here on the fight, but favor as well, which is very, very big. And now the hoplites coming in onto the backside. Raiding cavalry going to try and sneak through there as well, but Krakak says, don't actually want to take that fight up to the top here to maybe stop this wall. Not a terrible idea, as the units charging forward. Those raiding cavalry beating themselves into the hoplites is never going to be an easy fight to take. Turns back to pick off a water buffalo. Or water buffalo there, but villager over here will end up going down. The spy will end up falling. The wall will go down too. And up onto this side. Looking to try and pick villagers off underneath the towns, and it generally doesn't go too well for the raiding cavalry until you're out to like champion upgrades. Is it worth it to kill the spy? I mean, it depends. On this situation, he wants to leave this open, so preventing the wall from finishing seems like a good idea, even though it loses the spy. But yeah, you can sometimes just say leave the villager or whatever is spied alive and let that run away. But sometimes that's obvious what's going on. I just can't agree with this Bragi here. I don't rate the Bragi pick here from Krakak in the slightest. Could you imagine? He's already got the raiding cavalry. Just go Njord, get Vikings, get the mountain giants out with Jotuns. Live the dream at the moment, but instead it's like this tech and it's battle boar. Anyways. Dock and surprise rate. He's got no idea there's villagers over here. There's no way to know that that's going on. He doesn't even have it scouted. But yeah, docks on this map are always good. Without question. Everyone goes, I'm safe. I put the walls down. And they're like, hang on. My opponent spent 200 resources to circumvent all my defenses and then kill off all my villagers. Nonetheless, Archery Range Military Academy coming up over onto this side as well as the heavy infantry, heavy archers going to come through. Alabor getting that fling in as the Nemean Lion does end up going down. And a whole bunch of Goaty now coming through as a pre-defense, so to speak, for whatever else is going to be coming in. But the Flaming Weapons is through. Miracle attempting to bail out here. He does have that wall he can run through to keep himself alive. But huge damage coming in from Kraghack with this flaming weapons. Everyone to this side, villagers going down. And, well, this is the problem with the flaming weapons, right? You go, wait, should I charge in there? No, he's got sentinels, he's got town center, he's got everything. All this flaming weapons now is just, the rest of it is just going to be sort of wasted to some degree. Of course, he did manage to pick off a bunch of units as Miracle was out of position, but I think Miracle is perfectly fine here now to just rebuild an army and continue along in this game. Of course, he's behind, but he's perfectly fine to continue in this game. He's got like nearly 2,000 gold in the bank as well, as these villagers will wander forward. Oh, now this is not ideal in the slightest for our main man, Miracle. One thing I wanted to see was exactly how fast the Hearse are right now. They're 5.5 speed. Somebody call Gaboo. The Gaboo playstyle, it has been buffed to the 9s for the Hearse. Like, if you guys don't know the Gaboo playstyle, as Curse comes down there, the Gaboo playstyle is basically pure Hearse, pure raid, and just never, just basically pure raid and just pure sneak villagers around and just be crazy. It's always fun. Someone needs to tell Gaboo to come back and play some Loki. He's going to be enjoying it. So there goes a secondary restoration. Not the best of restorations there, to be completely honest. The village is still trying to get onto hunt. At some point, you just got to be like, mate, just get onto the pigs. They're nearly 300 food, and it's safer to eat them and then just start farming. It's not a big deal. But Kraghack is now on his 3rd town center. He's getting up a hill fort in the middle. A secondary healing spring. You can't be telling me that a secondary healing spring is worth it here. I don't accept that. I don't accept that 1 iota. No! Of course he does heal up his raiding cavalry and his low HP units there, but still. That was like 1,000 plus resources. Nonetheless, the portable ram coming through, going to start beating down the military academies and all the other good stuff. And Miracle is just in full defense for the moment. Now getting himself golden apples, also into divine blood for some more carry capacity, faster work rate. I'm really confused with how Miracle is approaching this game. Like, he shouldn't have these villagers on this gold mine. They should just be on wood. 2,500 gold in the bank. He could just buy some resources here if he wants. Now he's putting down a market. We could buy wood and make farms if need be. Something like that. Where do I tend to place my healing springs? I tend to forget to place my healing springs, but generally just in my main base. Or like hella aggressive. Like the first healing spring, hella aggressive. If I'm doing something like that. Archery ranges for Miracle ending up going down here now as the bronze weapons and bronze mail. And there's the tap out from Kraghack. Oh, sorry, from Miracle, as Kraghack doesn't want to deal with a Nidhogg. I think the game is actually quite close. If if Miracle holds on until he gets the restoration, and he can kill that Nidhogg, it's not that difficult. But anyways, GG. That wasn't the best of games, unfortunately. I'm just going to go turn off my AC because it's getting sweaty in here. I'll be right back. Alrighty. How was that close? I mean, if you've got a gold mine with Hades, you should never resign. Do you know what I mean? If you've got a gold mine with Hades, you should never resign. See if we can find one last game to cast, and I might play another one. I don't want to see this new Susanoo in action. Let's watch this. Wait, yeah, is it this one? Yeah, let's watch this one. I think there's a Tiefs in the chat. Alrighty, so we're into another game here. I'm trying to see what the sort of state of the game ends up being after this recent balance patch. We've got a Tief in the right hand corner of the map playing as Nuwa, and in the left hand corner of the map we've got Pegasus playing as Susanoo. So the big changes here are, well, let's go with the Chinese changes that I can remember off the top of my head, is that the Dao Swordsman is moving a little bit faster. If we jump over here, I'll just show you. It's moving a little bit faster, I believe. So it's going at, wait, was it? I thought it was going at 4.0 speed. Maybe my tooltip's wrong. I thought this was going at 4.0 speed. Anyways, there's that, and there's also the oh, he doesn't have this one. Never mind. He doesn't have the new bar buff. So it's, I think it's just the Dao and the other one, and the new bar buff. We're getting some other stuff, but, and then Susanoo had a little bit of a nerf to the God Power recasting shenanigans. So I think it was like, I think it got cut down. Actually, I was probably going to say it here. Susanoo, boom. So this one was cut down, I think from 20% to 15% or something. Not sure. Did they patch Blazing Prairie? Maybe. I didn't read that in the patch notes, actually. I've got no idea. Anyways, Temple coming up for Pegasus. And the myth units for Susanoo end up being, they end up giving a little bit more Bushido at the moment. So a little bit of a nerf, a little bit of a buff for Susanoo. A lot of people saying that he's been over buffed and under nerfed. Our balance shifted. So I'm going to have to start watching these ones. Minus 25% to 20%. There you go. So we'll see which way Pegasus is going to be going. The one thing that I don't think that I'm a fan of at the moment, just like without even thinking about it and just like seeing it, I saw one game so far with Susanoo, is that this unit that costs next to nothing, 8 favor, can start working towards the Bushido tier 2, or yeah, Bushido tier 2, which gives 50 favor. So you're buying yourself, and you should do this at the moment. If you're not actually building Kitsune as Susanoo early on, it's probably a mistake, considering how good this is at the moment. Because it's going to give you effectively that tier 2 of Bushido by, if you build like 5 of them, by about 6 minutes or something. And you can see that Pegasus actually puts the temple up fast, and then he starts spamming the Kitsune as fast as he possibly can to get himself that tier 2 Bushido, like before he's even in the classical age, basically. So it's kind of a big deal. Of course, he's also going to get a whole bunch more scouting in, which is nice, but that's not why he's doing it. He's doing it for give me more Bushido. In fact, I think he should just continue to spam these out because they're only going to get stronger. And he's also got himself the upgrade for the Kitsune, which I think you could skip, to be honest. You don't have to grab that one right away. Just grab the Kitsune. So there's definitely when you're playing against a Civ like Nuwa, it's a lot more defensive in nature, doesn't have those early game aggressive routes with the exception of pure cheese. You can probably open up with these Kitsune. And also, if someone does decide to go for a cheese, then you have your Kitsune to actually defend said cheese. So it's a little bit of an everything burger to some degree there, as the Kitsune are going to be poking in over onto this side. You see a little house coming up from Atif as he goes, I don't want you to come through that way again. I'm going to close the door. You knocked, I opened. I didn't like what I saw. Let me close the door. And he's not allowed back in. This now how to is almost through. A little bit of snipages here as well, as Minakata Tomi is now on the way. Very, very powerful, but he does miss out on the upgrades from for his Kitsune from Inari Okami, which I don't know. I think people are maybe overrating Minakata Tomi now a little bit. In some situations, specifically this one with Susanoo, I think that Inari Okami is going to be really, really nice. Of course, you also want to be thinking about one Udor to take out the Earth Wall and things like that. One thing here that Pegasus is going to be wanting to do is hoping that the Earth Wall doesn't come through until he hits the Classical Age, and then his Kitsune are going to be able to nibble it down while it's building. Onto the top side, we got ourselves a military camp for Atif. And the villagers for Pegasus will be moving away. What is his plan here? He's got enough resources for a town center. He drops the Shrine of the Hunt over here, and it's going to be a village center. But it's going to be... He tries to be sneaky with it, but he gets spotted immediately. That's a dead villager. Wait, what? Nico coming over. Oh no. Oh no. No, he keeps it alive. Alright. Fair enough. Now apparently the hyena wants some. So not ideal there for Pegasus in the slightest, as we're seeing, for some reason, we're seeing Atif going into Halberdier. I think he's expecting the Cav, but Halberdier are a reactionary unit. You don't want to build the Halberdier unless you see Cav. That's the rule. That's the rule, I think. And if you're going to stay one town center here with Noir, which I'm not sure is actually going to happen, but if you're going to do that, onto this side we do have the... Oh, Tsunagi there is the one Udor going to get chomped on. Trying to get the Miko over to save it. No. Oh, wait. Huh? How? How? How does the one Udor survive that? That's wild. Absolutely wild. Well, Cheongchi down to 24 HP. One Udor getting healed up. Or Kuafu getting spammed. Of course, the best way to play as China at the moment is to spam the Kuafu. You don't want to have any favor in your bank, basically. And Atif is doing the correct thing where that's concerned. But it looks like he's going for a fast heroic here, which, to be honest, I don't know if I like. The village center at the top is incredibly weak to literally anything here. You could go Dao Fire Archer with a handful of Halberdier, and will be absolutely brutal. But of course, you got in the back of your mind against Susanoo, you don't want to fight them because that gives them Bushido. But you can see he's already up to nearly, without any fighting basically in this game, Pegasus is already up to 900 and 1000 XP, nearly 900 XP remaining on that next tier 2, over 50%. So it's an absolutely absurd amount of Bushido that he's getting at the moment. And he's got one myth unit out, effectively. A free one. I guess one free Kitsune. He's built 2 Kitsune, so he spent 16 favor. Crazy. I have some more walls coming up over here. So the Kitsune will sneak in. They do see the Kuafu on that side, but opting to just get the scout in first and foremost as these Kuafu are going to pop over to the other side of the wall and then run back onto this side, trying to look for a little amount of pokage there as the Yumi archers are going to come through, and we do have Gormang on the way. So it's a one town center, fast heroic, for Gormang, which means it's a 1 town center fast heroic for a ballet to then start spamming out the White Horse Cavalry. That's what it is. That's all it is. So I'll see if it's going to work or not. But these kitsune will just slowly motor around this map, doing what they can. Come onto the top here. We got the Atif units coming back here to have a little look-see over onto this side. As one kitsune goes down, and the two will pull up to the top side, and we will see Fujin from Pegasus. Interesting that he chooses Fujin here. Of course, he's got all of the hunt in the world on this top side. So he's going to be able to pump out the Oni here. There's a ballet coming up for Atif. And he's going to be ready to start getting some actual Deuterinos out. And I imagine as well, this should be an Imperial Academy. So he's going to be able to start making himself the Sages, which obviously he needs. On the backside here, we've got Kumiki. We've got Hunter's Strength. And we've got more guardhouses. So it looks like it's going to be some version of Yumi Archer. Oni. Or it could be Yumi Archer, Yumi Horse Archer, and Oni. I don't really see much else for Pegasus at the moment. He's got a lot of villages on wood for the time being, though. There's now tier 2 of Bushido does come through. Do you get Bushido for sniping these down out of the air? I imagine you do. We should be careful using those versus Japan, but nonetheless, there are 6 pioneers in the army for Atif. Not a huge amount, but not nothing. This Naginata Rider is going to be motoring around here up to the top side. These White Horse Cavalry are going to be trying to sneak in onto this side. Do we have the Yati Spearmen out? Yes, we do. Yati come through, and the White Horse Cav are out of here. And there goes the Gale's Fury. There goes the Oni's Mask. And the Rampage as well might come afterwards. The thing is, you don't have to get this technology right away. If you want to get the Oni out immediately to start getting your Bushido in, it makes sense to go Oni Mask first, then make these guys, and then just before you actually go for the attack, you grab the tech there for the Oni. So we'll see if that's what Pegasus wants to do. For the moment, he's just pumping units out, trying to get more villagers onto food. He's got a lot actually on food. He's onto the goats into his main base. He does have himself husbandry as well, as there goes the initial cast there of creation. It is nice. I like this strategy for Noir with the saving of creation when you go for a fast heroic. I think it makes sense. You get a big boost to your economy, keeps you going for a little bit longer. Maybe if you had the abundance beforehand, it would be even better, but nonetheless, the army of Atif caught out a little bit. He does have the Tao Wu here to turn, but he's going to sack a couple of units. Just use the Tao Wu to disengage. Meanwhile, onto the backside, though, the White Horse Cav coming through, going to pick off a couple of units. You've got to be careful not to target down that Oni there, though, as the Tao Wu boulders through here. I'm not sure this is going to be the best of fights for the moment for Atif, as his Oni now turns into a Warlord. Lots and lots of resources in the bank. He's even got himself out a siege crossbow. I feel like he's misread this situation in a really, really, really bad way. But nonetheless, the Tao Wu will end up falling. And what can Atif do now is the big question. And here goes the Earth Wall, but you can kill this Earth Wall off so quickly. does this... No, it would, right? I was thinking for a second there that maybe it's not worth it to use the special ability from the Oni when killing off a building. But surely it is. What's the boost? It's only damage 1.1. You only get 0.1 extra damage. And it takes 2 seconds to cast, so you're losing out on nearly 1624 damage. Is this... So you get off an extra... You get off an extra 5 attacks at 1.1 more damage. But you lose out on 1 attack, basically, by using the special. Is this just not worth it? Oh, it's an attack speed boost as well? Oh, attack interval of 0.5. I see. Okay, never mind. Okay, I thought I was going crazy for a second. I am going crazy. But anyways. Alrighty, up onto the top side. Town center for Retief does end up going down here as the pioneers popping out. Oni going to be slapping. Villagers running. I think this game is done. Maybe village center on an amazing position like this is going to be the way for the Fujin. I had the play from Pegasus. This is really, really strong. But then again, I did not like the play from Retief. If he stays maybe classical age and pushes harder, he keeps the Susanoo in the classical age by attacking. Might be the better play here. Anyways, GG. All right. Just playing at the moment. Let's watch Thulnik and Devil. Devil's a fun player to watch. Alright guys, I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm gonna miss the whole game. Now I'm already back. I just wanted to eat something. I need some energy. So little quick protein bar. All right, so Devil does hurting even though he's got Aurochs in his base. That's really interesting. And then the temple down immediately. I have to learn this stuff. I gotta learn how he does the crazy big rush. Niam, what's going on? Did I say that right? I am healthy. I'm feeling good. He keeps attacking me in the classical, weren't they advanced to her own at the same time? Yeah, but the reason for the attack is because of the village center. It's not a defensible position. Like, you can just attack it. It doesn't really do that much. So Death Ball, and then the seasonal player can't fight you. So you go Death Ball and damage and things like that. My guy Devil has got 4 villagers on food. 2 on... How did he... This is a 12 population advance. We do have Wei. A 12 population advance and he gets out 1 Hersa, 2 Hersa. Well, the cow pool is also going to go down here. Convert the turret. A little bit of a misplay from Thormnick, but he does kill off the Ironry. He absolutely does need gold as well. The villager shanking. Oh, watch this villager. Don't lose that one. Well, I think Thormnick defended that really, really well. It's literally just Thelonious Monk, isn't it? What? Oh no, he lost it. He probably should have just built a Tajipla, and I think he would have been fine. Lost 1 villager. 1 Tajipla, please. Don't lose him. Run, run, run. The other thing here is you can grab this tech and go Heimdall now. That sounds really, really strong. So while the 4 steady Hersa are insanely quick, he tries to block, he can't get the block off. The Heimdall Hersa are also quite quick. He still hasn't converted this into a tower. I mean, you might not think it's very much, but it is. It's a lot. It's a lot of damage. Or a lot more damage, I should say. Andrew Monk. Oh, Thelonious Monk. Devil continues his devilish ways. He still hasn't built anything. I think he's looking for a town center behind this. He's got the resources for it. It's literally just dwarves coming out of Devil's town center as well. How many gatherers does he have? He has 9 total gatherers at the moment. Wild. Oop, Draugr spawn. That's not going to be that much of a help there. That's actually a help for Thelonious Monk on the fact that he just got the Bushido in. Not the Bushido, the Tenali. There's too many different systems in this game. The Tenali in. But now Devil will pull back. His rush is over. I don't know. Surely he drops a town center at the moment. Like, surely that's the plan. Like, he's got so many. He's got the perfect resources for a town center at the moment. Now he drops a Great Hall. I'm so confused. Did he go Rigsdula? Yeah, he's got Rigsdula, but no town center. Safeguard before the town center makes sense, but it's not that important because it costs 100 gold. Sorry, 100 wood. and it saves you like 100 and something gold total if you're just going to build the town center. So it's not that big of a deal just on that. Of course, if you're going to get more stuff later, it is well worth it. So yeah, it's not a big deal if you just go Rigstooler first, second town center. 175. There you go. So you could skip out on it and not feel awful if you don't have the favor. But he's got the favor, but he didn't have the wood for it. So anyways, it doesn't matter. Point is, Devil is doing something devilish. I don't understand it myself. Actually, Soup, you're in the chat. Would you go Safeguard and then grab the town center and then go Rigstooler? Or would you go Rigstooler town center if you only had 20 favor? Would you go Safeguard town center or would you go Rigstooler town center? I need to know. Jesus Christ, Bozo, what's going on, my friend? Raiding cavalry sneaking through here. Of course, the thing here is he could have gone for both, but he didn't even go for the town center, so I don't know. Tepiot. Okay. Tepiot's reach as an idea here seems good. Let's manage to find the spy up onto the top. Yeah, this one pre-queued. He's actually building himself the Ocelot Warriors. Ocelot Warriors getting built to counter the Hursa do make sense. Does he have any inkling? He's got no idea. Classic. But I don't know if I build these versus Norse. Like, isn't the whole idea of Norse and why everyone at the top level thinks Norse is rubbish is that you can just go for archers? Like, especially when you've got yourself the Sompatli drums, you get yourself a 5-speed Tequila archer, and a spearman to boot, which can just kite forever. And then when the raiding cavalry finally get close, then the spearmen are there to kill them all off. Tomorrow, do we have the SSS tournament? Yes, we do. We've also got the sign-ups for the Titan's Throne about to be open. I think it's going to be at the end of this stream. I'm just going to do it at the end of this stream. When I turn it off, I'll get it all sorted, I think. But I'm not sure what's going on the website. I'm just going to message them. We are seeing the archers coming through, but at this moment, you don't have enough archers. This is the thing. Once they get to a certain point, and that point is effectively once they're doing around 191 DPS. So you've got 5.6. So that's not right. What am I saying? If you get 20 of them, you're going to be doing. Once you get 20 Tequila archers, you do 5 times 20 is 100, right? And then you get the upgrades as well. And now you're two-shotting the raiding cavalry. There you go. 20 Tequila archers roughly, and you're going to two-hit a raiding cavalry. That's probably where things start to look very, very good for the archers. And then of course, if you go up to like 30, then it gets even better, and then 40, and your opponent can't even get close to you. But all the traps coming down here from Thelonious Monk, he is getting charged in on at the moment. Does he have enough stuff here? Great control for the moment as the Einherry does blow that horn, but Thulmnik turns. He's in a little bit of a difficult position here. He's got to take the fight for the moment there. There goes the Draugr Spawn, but that's immediately going to get bashed down by the Warrior Priests. Is there enough stuff remaining here for Thulmnik? It's looking pretty good after all is said and done, that front line there does need to actually get targeted down and finished off. Otherwise, the Tequila archers are going to be getting cleaned up, and it does look like Devil manages to break through the army, and Thulmnik taps out. Well, a well-played game from Devil. I'm not exactly sure with what Thulmnik did here. Like, I don't rate those Ocelot warriors. If he just went into archers and maybe also made laser boys and made some spearmen, you don't need a whole bunch of them, just some. And you're actually going to be controlling the spearmen a little bit differently. You're not even putting him in the army. I think that's a really, really nice way to play versus Norse. But we don't see that here. But a nice try with the traps. Didn't quite do anything. Still think they're a little on the pricey side. I don't know. Dong, 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 da, da, dong. Play a ranks game. Good morning, Killuminati. What's happening? I dropped what? What's your favorite AFL or NRL team? I don't know much about AFL. Not a real Australian. I watch the basketball. I guess when I watched AFL as a kid, it was like the Sydney Swans. But I was a kid, and my parents didn't watch the AFL either. So, yeah. NRL, I didn't watch either. We just weren't really into football. Rugby. AFL, etc. All right, let's play a video game on the map Giza. See how we go. Doom, doom, doo doo. Okay, I think I've lost this matchup versus doo doo before. What to do?
是的，猎人，
请遵命。
出发。
是出发，猎人。
准好的，是的，好的，
出发，遵命。
是的，
请下遵命，猎人。
遵命。好的，是的。
Good luck, have fun, doo-doo.
是的，出发，出发，遵命。准备好了。是的，遵命。
请下命令。好的。
准备好，出发。出发。
Let's wander this way. Come this way.
是的，遵命，遵命，出发。出发，遵命。
是的。什么？出发？是的。
是的，出发，遵命。出发。
Yeah, I think we will go for what? Yeah, 2 Quafu opening or something. What's that? City seems half decent.
是的，遵命，出发。出发，遵命，什么？出发。 请下命令。
准出发。好的，是的，好的。请是的， 好的，
什么？出发！
Dude who likes to do his
遵命！出
his
出发
cheese
出
thing.
发出
On this
遵命
map, it's gonna be
是的，
pretty brutal, I
Oh,
think.
no.
I don't want to be over there. I might go over there with the thing. I mean, I could go in there and wall it off, I guess.
是的，
请出猎人。
是的，
准备好了。
准备好了。是的，建筑伐木工，
什么？请下命令。
出发。
是遵命。
什么？好的，是的，
什么？遵命！出发！出发！准备好了，请出发！遵命！什么？遵命！出发！是的，遵命！出发！攻击！请下命令。遵命！出发！遵命！出发！准备好了，遵命！出发！遵命！准备猎人。
Like a classical fight of some
遵
variety.
命，猎人。什么？出发！遵
There is a
命
back gold mine.
准备好了，出发！请下遵命。是的，建筑工、伐木工。什么？建筑工、伐木工。准备好了，出发！遵命，出发！遵命。准备好了。是的，开战！攻击！前进！开战！攻击！伐木工，伐木工。
什么？
遵命，出发！是的，请下。准备好了，开战！请建筑工。是的，前进。什么？
准
请下
备好了
建筑。工，
准备好了。建筑
准备
工。
伐木工，
开！遵命。是的，是的，遵命。伐木工。出发！攻击！请下命令。
是的。遵命出发，伐木工，
是的，出发！开战！请下命令。是的。什么？准备什么？建筑工。准备好了，请遵命。是的。
好的，
是的。
准备好攻击。是的，没问题，揍他。
什么？出发！遵命，攻击！
什么？走起，攻击！
准备好了，出发！是的，出发！开战！
准备好了，没问题，走起，出发！
是的，
是的，没问题，揍他！走，出发，没出发！
出发！出发！出发！遵命！出发！遵命！出发！出发！是出伐木工。遵命！出发！遵命！
Okay. Let's just get over here and see what he's doing at the moment.
是出发。好的，
好的，
是出发！遵命！准备好，遵命！伐木工，请下命令。
是的
什，么？建筑工、伐木工。出发！遵命！
好的，
准备好了，出发！走，没出发？走，没问题，
出发！
出发！
遵命！遵命！
是的，
是的。出发！准备好，出发！伐木工，遵命！是的，准攻击！出发！遵命！什么？是伐木工。
是的，
出发！遵命！出发！攻击！准备出发！请下遵命！
遵命，请下命令。
请下遵命！伐木工，攻击！出伐木工，遵命！遵命！
是的，遵命出发。好的，
出发！是的，是猎人。出发！遵命！
是的，准备好了。
遵命准备好了。建筑工，
是的，
出发！
什么？出发！伐木工，
是遵命！遵
Why
命！
didn't you come back?
什么？是的，什么？出发！准备好了，请伐木工。
This guy's just stuck. I should probably just delete this, no? Get the villager back.
遵命！是遵命！ 是什么？建筑工出遵命。什么？出发！遵命，开战！出发！遵命，出发！攻击！准备好了。是的，建筑工准备好了，请下命令，出发！出发！遵命，请下遵命。伐木工出遵命。什么？出遵命。
遵好的，
出遵命。出遵命。是的，出遵命。
Okay.
出发，请下命令。出发，建筑工、粮食工，遵命。是出发，
是的，
遵命。出发，遵命。准备好，遵命。建筑工、伐木工，准备好了，出发。什么？遵命。是遵命。是的。 出发，出发，准备遵命。什么？出发，猎人，出遵命，请下遵命。
请下命令。
是出发，建筑工、伐木工，出发。什么？建筑工遵命，准备好了，出发。什么？出发，出发，出发。 请下出发，遵命。出发，遵命。出发，遵命。出发，遵命。遵命。是出发，出发，出发。请遵命。建筑工什么？出发。准备遵命。遵命。请下命令。
是的，
出发。
Can I fight that?
遵命，遵命，准备好了。
准备好，是的，好的，什么？是的，好的，是的，
请出发，出发，遵命，准备好了，出发。建筑工，出发，遵命，是的，请遵命，出发，遵命。
好的，
准备好了，是遵命。是的，建筑工准备出发，开战。
是的，粮食工。
什么？是遵命。伐木工，攻击。什么？开战。遵命，遵命，请下命令。
是的，攻击。
准备好了，建筑准备好。是的，遵命。 攻击！出发，遵命，遵命，请下命令，遵命。矿是的。什么？出发！请下命令，出发，遵命，遵命，出发。准备好，建筑工是，请下命令。是，请下命令，遵命。
准备好了，建筑工。
是的。开战！是的，开战！
准备好了。
是的。开战！攻击！攻击！遵命！开战！是的，开战！开战！ 什么？是的。什么
Dow swordsmen do be very, very strong.
下命令，准备好了。出发攻击。是的。准备就绪，请下命令，出发，攻击，请下命令。好的。什么？遵命。
好的。
准备出发，是遵命。准备前遵命，出发，请下命出发。出发，遵命，是出发。出发。是的，准备出发，遵命。矿工， 什么？准备好了？是的。什么？遵命出发。遵命，请出。遵命出发。出发。开。出发。遵命。出发。粮食工。是的。出发。
Where is his gold mine at? My guess is it's on the bottom side.
出发！请下命令。遵命。
遵命，猎人。
什么？准备出发。
Yep. Go down here.
请出发，见主公。
请下命令。准备好了，出发。是的。什么？遵命。是的，出发。是的。攻击！出发！遵命！出发！出发！遵命！出发！是的，开战！出发！遵命！是的。什么？攻击！是建筑。请是的。遵命！是的。开攻击！是的。是的。出发！遵命！出发！遵命！是的。
是的，见主公，见主公。
准备好了，出发。是的，前开战，行，攻击，前进，
Kill.
攻击，开战，攻击，遵命。是的，开战，出发，遵命，出发，出发，
是出发。是的，好的。
请遵命。 什么？是的，出发，请下命令，遵命。出发，出发，准备，遵命，请下。是的，开战。出发，请出发，请下命令。
什么？见主公。
遵命，请下命令，遵命。见主公，准备好了。 准备好了，出建筑猎击。是的，遵命，攻击，出发，准备就绪，开战。
Kill him!
遵命，是的。
Fight me, damn it!
攻击，出发，遵命，出发。
请下命令。
Only I had better macro.
遵命。
准备好了，好的，出发，遵命，请下命令，出发，请下遵从开战。是的，
走起！
GG! Where's Jungoth? The new and improved buffed Dow swordsman. Look at these guys. 4,619 damage. Look at my army. Someone tell me that this Chinese civ can't play one town center shenanigans. Look at how strong it is. Poor Doodoo playing weakest god in the game set. Meanwhile, China can do this. Crazy. Make them 4.8 speed and I'll be happy, man. Yeah, they have they're so tanky, man. They are very, very tanky. They got so much HP, they just don't die. Speaking of macro, I've been trying to pick up Norse. How do you handle dwarf production? I usually end up making 2 and then accidentally sending gatherers to gold while I'm fighting. I think most of the time I build around 5 dwarves max in the classical age, and then I'll start building dwarves later on in the game. Yeah, Dow have been nerfed on the pierce armor once, but I think that's about it. Now they are faster means more damage. Yeah, it means they're a little bit more powerful. Let's watch Hagrid versus Mysteria Cal. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water. Give me a hot second. Oh no. Everything's funky. Alright, so mostly this game I want to talk about China. And I want to talk about not necessarily like I want to talk about the issues with China as it stands from like a competitive perspective and see if any of these things actually carry over are true or if it's just some feeling that's not actually accurate and we're all just playing a very specific play style of China that's not even like that's just optimal and there's other ways to play it that are also optimal. So Greeks, what the Greeks have to do to decide to go into myth units is they have to sacrifice their economy, right? That's what Greeks do to get their favor in, to get myth units. What do Egyptians do to get favor in? They sacrifice their economy. They build monuments. That's economy, right? They've sacrificed economy to get their monuments out in order to get favor to build their myth units. Norse, what do they do to get favor? Well, they have to fight. They're technically this is not really something that I'm like super subscribed to, but they sacrifice stats on their units for favor gain in the fights. I don't know if I subscribe to that or not, but that's what's going on there. They're just getting favor in for free, basically. Anyways, if it was the case that the Norse units were, if that was the case, then Norse units would all be ranked 0 on the sort of stats, on the stats thing. But you've got things like the throw and axeman that's ranked 2. You got the raiding cavalry ranked 2, the Jarl ranked 3. Of course, the throw and axeman doesn't count there. In the counter stuff there, you got the Huskal ranked 2. You've got the herdman ranked 8, but you know it is what it is. So I don't know if I subscribe to that comment from the old maid Young Oath at the moment. Anyways, if we go over to the Atlanteans, they sacrifice economy to get favor. If we go over to the Japanese, they sacrifice economy to get favor. And if we go over to the Aztecs, they sacrifice economy to get favor. What the Chinese do to get favor is they don't do anything to get favor. They just get gifted it. But they have already inside of themselves sacrificed their economy to get their favor because their villages are gathering considerably slower than everyone else. I think it's 10%. Yeah, it's about 10% slower than everyone else. Maybe a little bit more on some of these things. This is 0.88, this is 0.88, and this is 0.75. So how do I explain this? So in order to basically you make a decision, right? Instead of making the decision to go into myth unit or into favor and make myth unit, you basically just go, I'm not going to go into economy. So the big problem here is that you've got this unit that I don't have a limit on. And I can spam the shit out of this guy and ignore my favor gain. If that makes sense. So I can just go spam on economy, and I can completely ignore the favor gain until much later in the game. And then once I've finally sorted out the fact that my economy is worse off than everyone else's, now I'm just flat in front because I'm now going to start getting my favor gain in, and we are going to start making myth units. So that's currently the thought process for China. And what this results in is the fact that China needs to sit inside of their base and not really do a whole lot early on. Otherwise, their Kwafu, which are expensive, haven't paid themselves off. So Kwafu gathers at 3 resources a second. That means it's going to be taking about 50 seconds for a Kwafu to pay itself off before it starts gaining stuff. If you consider the 10 favor a resource as well, then it's going to be an extra, what did I say, 50, 60, 50, 200 seconds, right? 50, 150, 250 seconds to pay off the, is that right? 3 times 60? What's 3 times 60? 180? No. Yes. I'm stupid. It's gonna take a minute. Minute to pay it off, and then maybe 2 minutes to pay off the favor. Anyway, anyways, doesn't matter. Not important. Takes longer to pay off the Kwafu than say a peasant, I think. Plus the peasant comes out faster, so it's already paying itself off faster. So you basically just have to sit inside your base until this thing starts to pay itself off, which is perfectly fine and reasonable. If that's the way that the Chinese have to be played, it's the way the Chinese have to be played. But people think that that's boring. Where's the weasel? Not ganking anything? Yeah, I mean, Mystery Cal has been, I think he got sniped actually by Hagrid. So the current debate around China would be, is there a way inside of the Chinese design, which is effectively, I have to choose to go, I either have to choose to sacrifice my economy to go into myth unit, or I have to sacrifice my myth unit to go into economy. Is there a way inside of that design where you could make it be the case that it's going to be the way to go? So the things that I think are available is you could make the, and this is probably not going to happen because it's going to change build orders. You could make the Kwafu considerably better, but change the favor cost to 20, and then also go into a limit of Kwafu at say 5. So yeah, you want to still get the Kwafu out, but they're incredibly pricey, and the decision between a Kwafu and a classical age myth unit is right there in front of you. You either go, I've got the favor for the myth unit, or I've got the favor for the Kwafu. Which one do I get? So that would be an option. But I don't know if it would happen because of the build order changes. Then the next option would be to simply remove the favor from the Kwafu. So now we don't have to make that decision. But the issue with that is that we're, nice little thing here, and Hagrid has to run away. You can totally just balance Kwafu and myth unit production. No, you can't. That's not how it works. If I don't build a Kwafu and I build a myth unit, then I have less economy and I have to get value out of that myth unit. And myth units are strongest when you build multiple of them. You can't just build 1 or 2 myth units and then be good. That's just not how it works. And I think I've proved that a billion times by saying myth units are really strong. You're just not building enough of them. Basically, is my premise. Anyways. Hagrid gets a nice little fight here. Oh, and he actually wins. I don't even get to finish my rant. I'm only like 8 minutes in and I don't finish my rant. He just wins. Obviously, the Chinese classical fight is OP. But basically, okay, so the options as far as I see it, which I don't think can really work because you have to change build orders again, is you either put a limit on the Kwafu and you increase its efficiency and you increase its favor cost. Or you take the favor cost off, you make it 2 pop, and you reduce its efficiency or its stuff, and maybe you increase the peasants gather rate or something like that. And then you reduce the favor gather rate early on, and you give it back as you start expanding your favored land. Or the other option could be as simple as peasants are now a bit better. So for example, let me hit this snooze button. So for example, the peasant is at 0.75 gold gather rate there. And I don't get to see what this is. And the commoner is at 0.85. So the other thing is that the Kwafu is going at 2.55. So if we divide 2.55 by 3, it's at 0.85. So it's gathering at the same rate as a commoner. So you can't really just increase the peasants, right, to 0. Wait, this is 0.68. Never mind. This is at 0.68. So you have some wiggle room here to increase the gold gather rate of the peasant. It can go up to 0.75, for example, base, right? And it's still going to be better to build the Kwafu, but it's less bad to not build the Kwafu. Of course, the Kwafu is also coming out at 3 pop faster than 3 villagers would pop out as well, but by a little bit. So there's that advantage too. And then you've also got the wood gather rate, as the Kwafu is gathering at 3. So you've obviously got around 0.2 wood gather rate that you can play with. So it could go up to 0.85. Of course, the gold could go up to 0.7. And it would still be better to build the Kwafu, but it's less bad to not build the Kwafu. Why would you... No, Mini Yeti. Why does everybody only ever think about like changing the game in terms of buffs and nerfs? This is like really not helpful in any stretch. Like balance isn't the end game of a balance patch. Fun is the end game of a balance patch. Variety of strategy is the end game of a balance patch. You players at the top are going to play whatever's strong anyways, right? But when there's only one way to play a Civ, that's a problem. At least that's what people like me are saying, and other people also say this. I've had these conversations with other people as well. So the point here is, what's a way in which you can say that the Kwafu becomes a choice similar to building monuments is a choice, similar to building oracles is a choice, similar to putting more villagers on a temple is a choice. Right now, it's not. It's just not. It's build your Kwafu and then you get your myth units. That's literally the choice. It's not a choice. You have to do it. At least, unless I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And then that's fine. I don't have to do anything. But, and then if it's the case then that the economy is too strong, if the peasants go up, then you do something else. Like, I don't know, making buildings a little bit more expensive, making some units a little bit more expensive, making some techs a little bit more expensive or whatever. Like there's ways to sort of balance it out. Or you just bring like everything down or something. I don't know. Problem with China is that age 2 myth units are too expensive. That's not what they cost, is it? It could be. That could be. Well, I mean, compared to the Kwafu, it's like a no-brainer, right? I'm paying 10 favor. Maybe when it was 15 favor, it was closer, which then gives like, and you would actually be like, oh, I could either pick the myth unit or I pick the Kwafu, and it's closer. It's an easier, or it's actually a decision. But here it's like, I've got 10 favor. I got to get rid of the favor as fast as possible. And then I'm never going to have 20 favor or 18 favor for a Chillin, 15 favor for a Chongqi. I don't think these are too expensive. The favor cost might be too expensive. I guess the final sort of way that you could fix the classical age myth unit problem is that you buff the myth units, and you don't have to even touch the Quafu, and it's fine, right? So you say, but you have to buff it in an economic way, right? So the Chillin already is basically an economic unit, but it's kind of a little mid on its heals, like 0.5 hit points per second. So I would say turn this into a Sage that's healing at the rate that the Sage heals, but make it only 3 HP per second. Where is it? This thing, right? Where is it? This one here. So the heal is 10 HP per second, but it also can heal 5 additional targets. So you get a big fat heal on the Chillin, plus it can heal additional targets. Potentially you unlock that with the upgrade or something, right? And then the Cheongqi, I was thinking that this unit could have some sort of a gather rate incentive. Like you grab this tech, and then I don't know, similar to it's similar to this unit. Similar to this unit, you can stick it close to your sort of villages, and then it gets like a 5% boost on economy or something like that. And then this unit just needs a little bit more tank, and then it's good to go. As your like your brawling type unit. So that's the other way to go, I guess. That's as big a problem as you need 2 upgrades. You don't really need the second upgrade. First one you need. The second one is not super important, right? This is the 25% damage, and this is just hit points and lifesteal. You can skip this one for ages, especially with Shinong. All right. Let's find another game to watch. Maybe we play a game. I don't know. Let's go. Nubar on Shinong is hidden OP. Well, Nubar just got buffed, so I wouldn't say that it's hidden at the moment. I think it's it's probably just good. And the second upgrade is what makes Shards viable. Yeah, but you don't need it until you take a big fight. That's what I'm saying. Unlike the Sphinx, where you can't use the Sphinx at all until you have both upgrades. Like, it's just not a usable unit. The Yatsura is functional at upgrade 1 as a raider. And then for an actual fight, you're right. You have to get the second upgrade. But you don't get that second upgrade until before the actual fight. So it's like you've got more pressure on the map than the Sphinx player does, if that makes any sense. Ben QVH. Benny boy. What's going on, man? I was good today. Only played Set on Ladder, minus 100 elo. Yeah, Set's just not a very good god, is he? I think the Eggia's OP cracks are they're starting to show. Do you know what I mean? I think Egyptian's in a pretty good place at the moment. China on water is all about MU spam age 2. I don't think so. I don't think so. You play at the top level more than I do, but I don't think that's accurate. It might be like all about chill and spam because you have so much excess food that you can afford to go down that route. And then you get to hit your massive chillin like super early on, right? Because that's what you're aiming for. That's why you can't go for half Kwafu, half chillin. It doesn't work because you don't have enough chillin. But if I go all chillin, start, now I get my massive chillin. But I also know that if I lose those chillin, then I just lose the game. China loses to any civ in the heroic age? Well, I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't subscribe to your pro player ways of talking about this is the way the matchup goes. You guys just don't know enough. You've only played one way. You need to explore more. More exploration. I don't buy I don't buy the scrim culture. Scrim culture is not I don't buy in. No buying in. Guys in your fucking scrim culture. Oh, Cloud Forest. Everyone's favorite map. How good is Odin in the game? Was he buffed much? I can't remember any Norse buffs. I think he's fine. I think he's a very strong god for lower level players for sure. Hey bro, let's scrim. No one likes scrimming. We don't scrim. No scrimming. Only ladder. Ladder or die. JMY. Oh, we got Shinong. All right, let's make Yahtzees this game. I have a plan in this game, actually. No, you can't build Yahtzees, can we? Doesn't work.
准备好，建主公。
请下命令，遵命。是的。好的。
什么？遵命，出发。
Hate it when you get a gold mine like that. It's super bad.
请下出发。
是的，是的。
准备好了，遵命。是的，出发，出发。
Should come over here and build this granary here.
建筑工、矿工，请下
What are we
命
playing
令，
against?
遵命。
Luck, have
是准备好了，
fun.
遵命，出发。是什么？
Yeah, I think I want to try this style. I'll try it. We'll see if it works.
准备矿工。
I shouldn't have sent to. Hey, yes.
是的。准备好了，出发，出发，出发。是，请下命令。出发，出发。
什么？
是的，遵命，出发，出发。
准备好了。
Yeah. What we're going to do is we're going to put double farms down over here, and these villagers can just pop onto the farms later. So I leave this villager on the wood, put the farms down.
请下命令，准备好了。
A little later,
好了，遵命，出发。
just to limit the
遵命，
stuff.
准备好。
Particularly like doing this, but I'm improvising the build a little bit. Yeah, let's go now and do this. And then my Kwafa will pop out, and that should be enough stuff there. I think we go an extra Kwafu as well. No we don't. I'm gonna get my temple up. Let's go this way. I'll put the temple maybe above this. I want to grab that town center, even though there's no gold mine nearby. What are the relics? Scales of good temple pass. It's that one. Enchilotl is nice, right?
请下命令。好的，准备遵命。是的。好的。
什么？出发！是遵命，出发！请下命令。
是的。
准备好了，遵命， 遵命出发。
请下命出发，伐木工。
准备好，遵命，伐木工。是的，请下命令。
Where's my relics? I'm just gonna come over here and grab this.
出发。什么？
It's too good of a relic.
准备好了。
I hope you don't charge photos. What are you talking about? No, sir. That ain't me.
是的，出矿准备好，遵命。矿工。什么？建筑工、伐木工。请下命令。
Reminder to put my villagers back onto those farms
遵命。
afterwards.
出发。
Just need that gold to come through for my town center, otherwise we'll be in trouble.
请下命令。是的。出发。遵命。
是的，遵命出发。
请遵命，出发！遵命，出发！什么？遵命。
什么？出遵命。
Okay. Hopefully he doesn't go for Freya. If he goes Freya, I gotta run.
是的。
请下命令。什么？
Nice.
建筑工。
是出发。请遵命出发。遵命。什么？建筑工。建筑工。
好的。准备出。是的，是的。
建筑工。
Alright, now we get this one next.
How'd 是的，遵命。是的。
什么？出发，猎人。
准备好了，猎人。
Yeah, it's such a nice base here.
请下遵命，遵命。好的。是的。
请下命令。建筑猎人。
准备好了。好的，是的。
Okay.
什么？遵命，准出发。
请下好吃的。
行。
什么？
是的。遵命，建筑工。行。遵命。
吃的好吃的。
准出发。出发。遵命，出发。
请下命令。好的，是的。什么？遵命。好的。
遵命，出发。什么？遵命。
I need
什么？
this thing. Hey.
是的。
什么？
请下命令。
请下命出发，建筑工。
是的，出发。好的。是的。好的。
遵命。请下命令。
准备。是的。
是的，矿工。
请下。好的。是的。好的。
是遵命。
Okay. Oh, he's not here?
出发，请下命令。出发，请下命令。遵命，遵命。
准备好了。
I need more.
什么？出发。
Ah, damn.
请下命。什么？出
Couldn't
发。
get him back.
是的。什么？遵命。出发。出发。
Just so short on favor.
出发。是的。
出发。
准备好了。
请下命令，建筑工猎人。遵命，出发。
Nom.
出发，出发。是的。遵命，出发。遵命，出发。出发。出发。
请下命令。准备好了。
出发。
Dude, the
出发。
fucking Tempest,
出
man.
发。遵命，出发。
请建筑工。
开战。
Did I lose all my coiffure then? Oh man.
是的，建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。
出发。遵命。
是的，遵命。建筑矿工。
出发。是攻击。
准备好了。
请下命令。
请是的。是的。什么？准备好了，请下命令，开战。是的，是的。准备好了。
出发。建筑。
是的，准备好了。请攻击。
请下命令。
请下命令，建筑工。 什么？出发！开战！是的，是的。出发！攻击！准备好了。是的。开战！是的。是的。什么？剑气！是的。
GG. Whoa. Why is a 1400 ELO against a 1912 in matchmaking? That's what happens. I wonder if this is what people call fun with China, playing this way. I went raided with the Yatsa early on. Then I went into my Kwafu. And then I went into my Tao Tie. I lost 3 Kwafu in this game to his god power. And I have 3 left. So I made a total of 6 Kwafu. I got a shit ton of value out of my Yahtsas. Maybe it is fine and everyone at the top level is just playing like little bitches. And then they complain that it's boring. They play like a boring way. How's the state of the game nowadays? It's really fun. Really, really fun.
什么？准备好了。
I think the big ticket item is on the Chinese. But I'm not sure there's even a problem. You don't get Vil kills with the arts? I mean, if you're playing as Frere, it's very difficult to deal with the arts, isn't it? Because you don't have the heroes to just chase him down or the myth units to chase him down. You guys greed 20 Kwafu on Goldmine and then complain that Frere's late game is too strong. That's what you guys do. I feel like Shenong is the uncle who went to prison and the whole family forgot about him. Shenong seems really strong. Like really, really strong. I'm kind of want to watch this game. I know Magic's streaming and normally I don't do this, but I want to watch his game against Izumato. I'll watch it from Izumato. Wait, is Izumato streaming as well? They're both streaming. I won't watch it. Izumato's not streaming, so I'll watch from Izumato's perspective. Would I like to play a custom game? After... yes, I can't load into this game, so let's play a custom game. No, let me try one more time. The game might be over. Ding, ding. I think it is. Alright. Okay, I've broken everything. And if this works, then we're gonna do this. Otherwise, okay, no, it worked. Sorry, Ash. We'll do it later. We'll play after. I want to watch this game because I'm really interested in the state of Loki right now. Just after the Loki buffs, because I think Loki got the most significant buff outside of the most significant change outside of, say, the Aztecs. So the most significant buff is inside the Eyes of the Forest. It buffs Forseti. Forseti also got buffs for the trolls, as they got a little bit more survivability, I think. But yeah, I know Magic is streaming at the moment. So this is mostly just going to be about watching Izamado's side. Now, Loki versus Gaia is not an easy matchup for Loki, in my opinion. I think Gaia is very, very strong in this matchup. But on a map like Alfheim, a lot of walls and things like that can be used from Loki to find an advantage. I think trolls might be back on the menu to deal with the archers. It wasn't like a massive buff, right? It was just like a little bit of HP. I don't think they gave him more damage, did they? Can someone get me the change log? Let me see if I can find it. Where was it? This one? This one? Troll. Controller. Wait, what if I troll space? So troll got an extra 30 HP. Was that it? Hammered, like cave troll? No, it was just an extra 30 HP. 30 more base HP. Yeah. So it gets stronger in the heroic age and mythic age, obviously, but I don't think anyone's building a troll over building a mountain giant or a battle boar or a frost giant or Fafnir or a fire giant. No one's building a troll there. I'll never understand why Spire has a higher recast cost than Sentinels. It doesn't. It's got the same recast cost. Did I remake my AOM fundamentals for retold? I did. Or do you want me to do it again? I'm not sure I want to do it again. But yeah, I did do the fundamentals series. I did it like a year ago. Or more than a year ago. Magic, thanks for the rating, buddy. We are actually watching your game on the other side. Because I want to see what Loki feels like. Did you get to play against many Lokis in your stream? Because Loki got, I think I was saying Loki's got the biggest... Loki had the most significant change in this patch. The most significant, right? Because the Hersa are going to move up to 5.5 speed now, right? And also the troll's a bit more tanky. Feels mid. We'll have a watch of it from the Izamado side of things. He's not doing anything too crazy. He is going Forseti, so he wants to try out the Hersa. I think Heimdall is probably a better bet versus Gaia at the moment. Don't feel like you need the speed on your infantry.
Skip.
I don't feel like you want to build Hersa into the Murmillo flood either. Well, unless you want to play like a really, really scrappy game with the Hersa on a super open map, I wouldn't expect Forseti here. But did I see your game versus Kiddo? No. Should I watch that one? Was it a good game? Slylock OP? Yeah. That got OP. Yeah. How did the raw rain on Mirage feel? With the now you can rain and get yourself the extra fish. 40-minute games are always nice. Felt nice, nothing crazy. Yeah. I mean, we knew that though, right? Like the plan for Ra on that map to make use on like a map which is hybrid with just like a small amount of fish would be if I had to think about it, you get your 9 fish and you put down a handful of farms and then you click rain. And then you take the villagers off of the farms and then you put them back onto your herdables or whatever. And then next time you get the favor for another rain, you drop that and you put them back onto the farms. Or something like that. But still you have to put the farms down, which feels fucking awful. What's your build at the start? Did you do something sick? think I'm behind on build orders. Ever since the Vil changes, I just started freestyling everything. Yeah, rain gives, it doesn't work on fish. It gives a boost on fish. Yeah, you can't go onto secondary hunt as Norse versus Gaia. It's just a little too slow. Unless you can fight off the Murmillo with your Hersa. And if you go straight into double Longhouse and make the throw an axeman immediately, and your opponent doesn't go in for full Murmillo, maybe you can be here. But yeah, this is okay. This game's over. Yeah, it's just over. There's not really much point in watching it, hey? Now there should be Terma coming in. Like, just jump onto chickens. It's not actually that bad to go onto chickens. This ain't it for me. This one ain't it. No, sir. Right. Nice try, Izamato, but that's not how to play Loki in 2026. Let's see this game Magic's talking about. Should I cast it for YouTube's? I'll watch the Ra one, and then I might watch the Magic one tomorrow for YouTube's. Maybe. Are you still mildly rusty? Can't find you. Wait, did you change your name? Nope. Oh, it was the Ra versus Aztec one that was 40 minutes long. Ah, fuck it. We'll watch it. Got to upgrade soon. Yeah, you do. Are you going to play this weekend? This weekend? Next weekend? This weekend? Next weekend. Are you going to play next weekend? On the 30th? Yeah. Oh, you will? Sick. Should be a fun weekend. Make sure you stream. In fact, anyone who's a streamer who's playing that tournament, make sure you stream. I was told to wait. Who am I watching for the Magic Big Brain? Magic Big Brain. He stopped building it. Oh, that's so funny. I love you, Magic. That's so funny. Okay, hang on. Are you onto something though? No, you're not. There's just no reason. Because you can get the priest to empower the building that's getting built, and the pharaoh to empower the dock. So you're never gaining. You're never gaining anything. Oh, that's upsetting. Oh, and now wait, is this not in range either? Oh, it is in range. Lovely. But it's not getting empowered. Oh no. It's actually not that big of a deal because it's not that much of a race. It's like on Mirage, you would just be behind forever. Like all the way up to like 21 ships, but here you're only behind up to 9. But yeah, like it would be dock, monument, empower monument to hit all 3 or 4 drop sites. Makes sense. Okay. Hey, we should just watch this game. Alrighty, let's just watch it. This will be fun. So the whole dealio. Actually, you guys would have watched it on from that side of things. So the whole dealio with the Aztecs on this map is that everything that's strong about the Aztecs is boosted on a hybrid water map. Because they get the boosted fish income, which you can't really harass on this specific map, which allows you to get to the heroic age faster, which allows you to get to your power spikes faster. So you don't want to like skip out on the heroic age and go to the mythic age or anything silly. You want to stay heroic age, but not boosted fishing. It's like Aztecs want to go heroic age. And if you get access to nine free food spots, so effectively nine fishermen, nine villages on food, this allows you to get your heroic age in faster. Of course, your opponent's also equal with you, but the amount of pressure that you can put on and stuff and slow down the heroic age and all that stuff isn't really there. It's kind of like, if you remember back to vanilla, where people would play Egyptian on like a map like Anatolia, where the Egyptians were like really strong with a fast heroic. They would be the strongest on that map on vanilla by a pretty wide margin. So now I think that on a map like, especially on a map like Mirage, where you don't have to worry about the water, this is really good for the Aztecs. So I don't know if I like the Pat of Cattle here from Keto. If he does go for a fast heroic, I'm not sure I like it. Just on the fact that you could go, which one is it? This one for super fast Deuterinos. Like super fast Eagle Warriors. If your Eagle Warriors move at 5 speed, then I genuinely think that the life of the Egyptian player is really, really, really hard. Like you try and crack how you deal with Eagle Warrior, and you have to go, okay, I can go Petsukos, I could go Avenger with Eclipse. Actually, maybe going Eclipse here would be a good idea, because then you can get Sphinx and Avengers to take out the initial ball. But then again, you've also got access to Slinger. Or maybe Slinger is the right way to go. I don't know. There's a lot of things to be scared of, though. Like, if you go into Slinger, they don't really do anything. And then your opponent goes Mythic Age and starts making Jaguar Riders. Slinger, I don't even know her? That's funny. Alright. Bunny rabbit. Bunny rabbiting around. Happy days. I got the segment coming through for Magic. I guess yeah. Magic hates myth units, so whenever you see someone going tar segment, you know they hate myth units.
Image erect.
So I feel like dropping the rain naked is probably the better play than waiting for farms. Because you're probably not going to farm for ages, right? You've got berry bush, cow, hunt. Do rabbits heal off herdables, cows, and or huntables, or only bush and farms? Bush and farms only. The only Egyptian myth unit that's worthwhile is the Avenger. I like the Mummy, the Avenger, the Phoenix, the Petsukos, the Scorpion Man, the Scarab, the Avenger, the Wadjet, and the Sphinx. I like those myth units. I think they're all right.
Into you.
All right, Smoke Trap for Keto. As Magic will creep out of his base, we are going to be seeing the Coatlicue. So everything but the Anubite. Did I not say Anubite? I'm like 95% sure I said the Anubite. Okay, safe Migdol and then move forward from magic. This Coatlicue is interesting. I think what I'm really interested in is seeing what Serpent Skirt looks like in an actual game. It doesn't seem like it's going to be that good, but from what I saw testing it versus the AI walking forward and killing my buildings and it not really doing anything. Why do I hate the Leviathan? It's just not that good of a myth unit, is it? When's the last time you've built more than, say, 2 Leviathan in a game? I'll wait. Just doesn't happen, does it? The village is going to drop off the gold and the gold mine. Another Migdol for safety's sake, I guess. Look at these nobles' hut just spamming the nobles' huts. I guess Ra actually does have access to the Camel Rider. Unlike Set, whose Camel Rider stinks and can't beat the Eagle Warriors, the Ra Camel Rider can beat the Eagle Warrior. That being said, String of Hearts might change things. This deck is very, 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 very good, in my opinion. I did it in the story mission to transport a monitor across the sea. My guy says the Leviathan is worth building instead of the transport ship. My poor brain. Okay. Up to the top for more shenanigans here. There goes the String of Hearts. And all that other good stuff. Oh. Warrior Priests. Scary. Camel Rider Raids. Terrifying. Scarab. Terrifying. Nice raid from Magi. He gets into the main base. Causes some trouble here for Keto. His Keto is not walled up yet. Over onto this side looking for some more raids is the Spearman moving very slow, wishing that he went through Hui Hui for the Tsompatli drums. And so far, so good for Keto. I don't think he took too much damage. Oh, God, he's got 25 villages. He took a lot of damage. Well, this has been a pretty crazy attack from Magic. I think he did damage, but he lost a ton. Wait, can you bloodlet with this guy? No. I feel like you should be able to bloodlet with the Tejibla. Like, if you bloodlet close to the temple and then the other guys run, you should be able to bloodlet with it. It's going to die anyways. Give me the extra favor back. On hybrid maps, can you just take enemy water and win with water control? On maps like Midgard, you can take your enemy water. It's generally... At high level, fighting water is generally not a good idea because of how the counter system works. So your opponent builds, like, say, a hammer ship to come kill you. And you see the hammer ship and you react to it by building a archer ship. And of course, you're behind one ship, but you're going to be able to hold forever, basically, just by being behind one ship and having defender's advantage. So reacting and it is generally better and then not actually going for the full control while focusing on the land. But you know, it's much of a muchness. You can do it. Big attack here from Keto as Magic in a bit of a strange position. We do see some new and improved Coyote Warriors coming out from Keto. Not really any archers for them to do anything against, so it is what it is. Do you recommend Horus or Osiris in this specific game? Osiris, I think. No. Horus, no. I think I would go Osiris. Reason being, is the mummy. I think that's the main reason. I make mummy. I use that to take out spearmen, which allow my camel riders to take out eagle warriors, and we're good to go. If I was to think about it enough, I'd say Osiris, probably best. If I go for Horus, doesn't really give me a whole lot. It gives me the Avenger, it gives me stronger spearmen. I don't need stronger spearmen. Nice shifting sands from magic. So you're going to get some revenge raids in. Is it viable to build a bunch of priests and stick them on the beach? Kinda. Magic now gold starved a little bit as Tailwind comes in. Kito's like, no gold for you. But Magic one-ups him. He's like, hey, Kito, I just brought my dudes back to my main base. Get wrecked. Axeman against Spearman should be very heavily favoring the Axeman there. Huge damage. Kito very much overstaying his welcome underneath the Migdol. And now I think Magic's going to be able to get out of his base. He's also raiding while this is all going on. Huge raids. Kito's actually really thrown that advantage he had. But I guess if he throws the advantage, it's fine. Because he's still in front. Ever so slightly. Because Magic's not on a gold mine at the moment. But he will be moving over here. Villagers onto the gold mine. Smoke trapping. They can't see anything! But they can see everything. Okay, here's what I reckon. This is what the smoke trap should do. The smoke trap should be the entirety of this screen gets smoked. So you can't see anything on the screen. I think that's the way to make the thing viable. So they can, every unit inside of the big, it goes. So tiny circle that goes like, oh, I reckon. Where's Hagrid? I need Hagrid. Hagrid! Everyone's gonna hate the smoke traps after that though. That's just infinite vanishes? It's not really, you have to pay for it. Man, Axeman, good unit. This Axeman Camel Rider comp from Magic is making some sense. I think you can just make Slinger though. I don't know why you would why bother with the Axeman when you can just make Slinger. Oh, Rain?
Into you.
Rain is down! There's 0 farms, but a rain is down. Love it. Oh, that's many rains. Oh. 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 Oh no. Magic. You didn't see my comments versus at least just save the favor for the Mythic Age. Like, you don't have to waste it. I'm so upset. I couldn't be more upset. Like, the first rain I'm like fine with because it doesn't cost anything, but everything after that.
Into you.
Tajipla! Huge surround from the camel riders, but the spearmen are in. Use the scarab. The scarab magic. Just sit here, explode, and win the fight. Look at this damage. Is Kito gonna... Oh, he's running away. Favor for what? Mummy or Avenger? I don't care which. One of those two. How much damage does this guy do now? I think my tooltip's wrong. 60 divine on death. Makes these guys down half HP. Alright, go Scarab! Do the Scarab thing! Oh! There you go. That's the Scarab thing! You think it's 70 divine? There you go. 70 divine now. Thing of beauty. I wonder what Keto would do if slingers were on the map. Yeah, so Bonebeau chariots don't outrange the Eagle Warriors. They do outspeed, so it's a little bit of a difficult micro fight. But because they don't outrange the Eagle Warriors, you can't match the Eagle Warrior with the Chariot Archer like you can do versus slingers. Even though I lost to Slinger the other day. Nice raid. How much damage did this guy do? 125, 8.8.
Gary.
How much? We'll see if Magic's going to be able to get out of this spot. I feel like he's in trouble. Even though he's in front on village account and he's got a gold mine, I don't see that he's building like the comp to beat this army. He has to beat this army somehow. I mean, if he does beat the army, then he's well and truly in the lead, but how does he do that? Loki! Thanks, man. You are the greatest. If it wasn't for Loki, I would be relying on Ipit's encyclopedia from like 2024 for all my knowledge, and that's very out of date.
And we.
He is preparing slings. Okay, this is good. This is 100% what Magic needs. Slings of the Sun, Electron Bullets, Heavy Slingers. I think Magic's working it out as he goes along, but that does give, obviously, Keto all of the advantage to do whatever he wants. So now Slalok is on the way, and, well, this is a very, very, very strong god. Wish Loki was as good as Loki. Oh no, that's a yawn. Barracks is all you need as Egyptian? You know, you might be right. If you think about it, if your opponent builds Spearman or Coyote Warrior, actually, I'm not sure. How do you beat Sean one without Chariot Archer? I guess you have the Slinger. The Sean one will beat the Spearman and the Axeman. The Slinger will beat the Sean one with Slings of the Sun. Chariot Archer will beat the Sean one. Yeah, I guess you probably should just stay away from the Migdol. You should just stay away from the Migdol. And there's the Mythic Age for Keto. And Keto is going to get himself his Quetzalcoatl Incarnate. He's going to get himself all of his Myth units. The one thing is that if you get 3 Tunkel to choose, that's kind of a big deal. Oh, fill the tile again. Holy damage! Anyone who says this thing doesn't deal damage needs to check themselves. This thing just absolutely brutalized those slingers. Go the siege towers! Siege towers will not kill off the pillar of Tlalocan. It is very strong. I think the only way to kill this off is with siege, with ranged siege. Can't believe the thing was buffed, by the way. Look. If you want my opinion on it, people were saying it was weak. Reddit was saying it was weak. So if Reddit says it's weak, then it's weak. Must grab technology here when you've gone through Kuat Lakuet. Dude, this myth unit is actually so strong. Love to see it. Build more of them. Spend your favor. Build more. Keto's economy is shot here, though. He's very, very behind on economy. He probably should be building Jaguar Riders, but maybe he doesn't need to because the Eagle Warriors are so strong. Look at this. What are you guys at? 818 to 6,000. Put your siege towers in front of the Eagle Warriors at the very least. Your opponent has to micro. I'm not sure I'm a fan of the way that all of the DLCs introduced amphibious water myth units. It seems just like flat power creep. I feel like the devs should go back and figure out a way to make the other cast of water myth units for the vanilla civs have some sort of impact on the land for these sort of hybrid maps. War turtles on the land. Yeah. War turtle on the land. Skylar on the land. No, that doesn't really make sense. The Karkanos on the land. That makes sense. The Norse ones don't make sense. I guess the Yorman Elva could slither. And then I guess the what's it called? What's the Atlantean one called? The Mythic one? I can't even remember. I haven't seen it in so long. No one plays Atlantean on water maps, apparently. What is it called? Man, that's bad. Man o' War. There it is. That one can float, right? Like hover? It can be like a butterfly. Or Son of Osiris. Need the siege towers for this fight. Guido don't got the APM to deal with it all. He can't micro. Oh my god, this thing just took out the town center. Are you kidding me? It takes out a town center? I mean, maybe that's a good thing though. Need Horus for the Jaguar Riders? Maybe. I don't know about it. Can't you just build Spearman? Like Spearman, Slinger, Mummy, Son of Osiris. Well, not even Son. You don't even need the Son of Osiris, but Spearman, Slinger, Mummy, with 4 monuments. You've really got to build monuments. I'm sorry, Magic. You gotta build monuments. We can't be Mythic Age without having at least 3 monuments. Yeah, these Jaguar riders are very, very, very powerful. Look at him go. Actually, they're not doing that well. They're actually getting absolutely brutalized here. Never mind. Buff Jaguar Rider. I'm just kidding. Don't buff the Jaguar Rider. It's really strong. Do these guys get a boost when they come out of stealth as well? On damage? Go to the tree. Go into stealth. It does. There you go. Sybil killed the Tlaloc. Oh yeah, man. If there were like 2 or 3 mummies in this army, oh man, this would be a completely different story. I don't think this Aztec army would stand a chance. On the flip side, what do you build if you're playing this as the Aztecs? I guess he's got to, you know what? He's also got to build himself his own myth units. This guy comes in. This guy would be a menace, without question, right now. This guy. He's even got the resources for it. What is it with top players and not building myth units? 3 mummies versus unlimited Son of Osiris? No, the mummies are better than the Son of Osiris. If I had... Is it 350? It's 350 favor for a Son of Osiris. Did you just put 60 fucking favor into a bloody raid instead of building mummy? Right, it's fine. 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 60 favor into a raid instead of building mummy. Oh. Alright. Well, trade route's gonna start. The game is continuing along. It's 1,400 food. You've already got, you just turn your trade route off. You've got 4 fucking camel riders queued up here. I guess you have no gold. I take it back. It's fine. 4! You've already got enough camel riders. Just turn it down to 2 and you can eat. It's fine. Holy tailwind. Wait, what happened here? What are these guys doing? Oh, that's just so you can get more camel riders. Just always, okay, that's fair enough. What beats Jaguar plus Eagles? Surely archers, more slingers. Actually, you know, he could have just gone for another Citadel. Then it'd be a 230 pop versus 240 pop. I wouldn't have raged at another Citadel. I would have been like, I'm not a fan of it, but at least it makes sense. 60 favor rain. God damn it. 2. It's amazing how well Magic plays without building extra monuments and making myth units. Crazy. Okay. And also, Keto still has gold mines here? How does that, I guess he's spending less gold? Kinda? Kinda? You don't think slingers beat I think it's very, very difficult to do the spacing if there's siege towers in the mix. So, or some sort of a front line. So if you just make sure you have some siege towers in the mix, then... Oh my god! It's Coyote Warriors! He's building Coyote Warriors! They have no real significant upgrades. Buff to the 9s, absolutely bonkers unit. It's over, and this is where Magic resigns. Okay, all the Coyote Warriors died. Build more Coyote Warriors. You didn't build enough. That was the problem. You've only got 5, and you're expecting them to beat all of these slingers. More Coyote Warriors. Yeah, the Jaguar Riders don't do anything. Coyote Warriors are the reason that he won this fight. Just kidding. Slinger's OP. You play... well, he's got the siege inside of this. He hasn't got the tech yet. But that's because Keto's still learning the game. But if you get the burning pitch tech, then when you go Koyat the Kuer, your Eagle Warriors, once you have around about 15 of them, they turn into a siege weapon. In terms of the damage they're doing. Because it's like... a siege weapon does something like 30 crush damage, or 50 crush damage a second or something. So you get burning pitch, which does times 3, right? So you're doing 3 crush per Eagle Warrior. You get yourself 15 archers. It's like 45 crush damage per second. It's basically a siege weapon. And that's enough for you to actually clean up buildings and things like that. Actually, you know what? Just oh, he's losing all of his camel riders. Just build mercenary cav to kill off the Eagle Warriors. That sort of makes sense. .7 times 4 times 15. You can't do that math at me. You got to tell me how far off my math was. Was I close? Was I close to 45? Surely. Surely. Ah, it's 3 off. Damn it. Point stands.
Garrick.
With pierce damage not counted, so it's at least 45. True, the pierce damage is also multiplied up to the wazoo, isn't it? 11 times 4 with 44 pierce. Of course, it's 90% pierce armor, but... Dude, Keto's not building anything. Why? This happens a bunch to Keto. I see he just sort of turns off and he just stops playing. I think he's distracted. You're not building anything. He's not doing any moves. Wait. I think they're just chatting. They're just chatting, right? He stopped playing the game. Oh, no, there he goes. He realized that this is a bait and switch from Magic, and he goes like, well, let me just build a whole bunch more Eagle Warriors. Nice game. He's got 200 plus favor, and he won't build a fucking myth unit. Alright, GG. Fun game. So what's the thoughts here? One is... Thought number 1 is, if we just go myth units, that's a way better way to play. Thought number 2, like if we go Bast, Bast, Sobek, Osiris, that makes our Camel Riders better as well. We can go Camel Rider, Sphinx, Camel Rider, Patsukos, Camel Rider, Mummy. You can also mix in Slingers as well, but they're not going to be as good without what's it called? Sekhmet. So then you could think, okay, so that's one way to go down the angle of making Myth plus Migdol unit. If you don't want to go for the Migdol unit and go barracks units, then it's still going to be, I think it's just low monuments until you click to the Mythic Age. And then as soon as you click to the Mythic Age, drop your 3rd and 4th monument. And you try not to spend any favor on anything so that as soon as you hit the Mythic Age, you can pump out all the mummies. I think that's the way to go versus these Aztecs. And then you also have to get past the incarnate. Once you get past the incarnate, then you can make the myth units. Or the mummies, I should say. Let's play a game. Egger needs a buff for sure. Yeah, probably. Needs to buff the mummy a bit more, I think, because Magic didn't build it. That means it was weak. You'd rather spend 60 favor on a farm than use the mummy. So I think that means it needs buffs. That's my takeaway. I actually think the I think this also needs to come down in cost. That one there, that's too expensive. This tech, this tech, because you can't even use the Sphinx until you have the tech. I think, okay, here's what I'd rather. I would rather let's change Cryo Sphinx and pack Cryo Sphinx's stats into Hierarcho Sphinx and increase the cost of this. So change this one to something else. Of course, it's got a Sphinx on it, so it could be myth unit based or whatever. But yeah, Hierarcho Sphinx should be all of the stats of the Cryo Sphinx, just more expensive. That's my take. That's the buffs for Egyptian that Magic's been after. So yeah, Sphinx technology, and the mummy needs buffs. Perfect. Sphinx right now is still really, really good. Kavoth basically trolled and beat okay, Kavoth thought he was trolling, but actually found himself in an insane position, decided to troll even harder against Rappel's Uranus, Oceanus Uranus. If you're beating Oceanus Uranus with myth units, apparently your opponent's terrible, right? And that's what was happening in that game. Oh, hello there. I have the Witzler Potchley versus Mate Luna. Okay. Right. A little run around here. Really? I'm getting trolled by the game. Good luck, have fun. Alright.
Shikamanalti. Nichiwas.
Do we ever go town centers in this one?
Niitsto. Shimomokuitlawi.
Nimotlana wakuali.
Shikamanalti.
I'm such a town center fiend. I can't help it. Let's do this. Okay, let's run this way.
Shimotla Nikual Nichiwa Nalia.
Alright, we get our temple up. I kinda wanna just advance. Oh, do I need both of them? I do. I want one more villager and then advance. Do I have enough? I do. And these villagers should have enough here. Just in case, I'll turn off auto queue because I don't have a house.
Motlana Ineki Kena. Koateki. Niitsto. Shika te postli.
Niitsto. Kalchiket. Shimomokuitlau. Motlana watil.
Shiniitstak Nalia.
Niitsto.
Ni its mamochiwa ken mamkena kenatlakat mamlamik ticket. Shikamanalti.
Nalia, Nichiwas, Kuali.
Okay.
Ni its
Motla Nawatil, Nichiwas, Nalia. Nichiwas.
Motlana watil.
Mokuali. Niit Nichiwas.
Motchimo Kenatlakalchiket.
Shiku Kuali Nalia. Nichiwas. Kuali. Nalia.
Shimomokal te postli.
Motlana Watil.
He's just going for that. Okay.
Shikamanalti. Kalchite postli. Niitsto. Shikamankoateki.
It's a stable, so we build spearmen to kick it off with.
Shimomotlamik ticket.
Motla na Kuali. Niit Nalia. Nichiwas. Motla Nawatil.
Shikamanalti.
Nalia. Titla de Witin. Nichiwas. Shikamanalti. Niitstok. Kuali. Nalia. Motla Nichiwas.
Motlana Watingena. Kalchiket.
Motlana watil kal te postli.
Niits. Shikamanalias.
Shikashimomokuitlawi.
Plamikal chiket.
Niitsto. Kalchiket. Shikelineki. Kalchiket. Kalchiket. Motlana Watil Koateki.
Nikuali. Nalia.
What do you cost? What do you do?
Nishimotla Nawatil. Nalia. Kuali. Shimotla Nawatil. Nalia. Kuali.
Shimomokenatlawi. Motlan Kenatlaelis.
Nichiwas. Shikama. Nichiwas.
Lawi.
Ni Nali Mutku. Shikama Kuali. Mutla Nawatil. Kuali. Mutla Nawatil. Shikamanalti. Nichiwas. Niitstok. Motla na kuali. Ni it na li ni chiwas. Nali kuali. Kuali.
Neki, kena. Lamik tiket.
Okay.
Ni it's ni neki. Masewaltsin.
Ni itkal te postli.
Ni chiwas. Motla na chika. Ni chiwas. Shika manati na kuali.
Shikenet la katl. Shimo te postli. Motla na kal te postli.
Motla na ni chiwas.
The hell?
Ni kuali.
Ni itsto. Ni mam ni kena kena mam ni kena.
What is it? What even is that?
Lamik tiket.
What even is that raid there? Like, why does he come back onto that as soon as I move? That's wild.
Shika manati na lia. Ni chiwas. Watil. Ni itstok. Ni it's shika manati. Motla na kuali. Na lia.
What? Ni chiwas.
Ni chiwas. Na lia.
Shimo mokal te postli.
Ni kuali ni chiwas. Na lia. Shika manati. Ni itstok. Kuali. Shika manati. Motla na watil. Ni chiwas. Shika manati. Motla na kuali. Ni itstok. Ni itstok. Motla na watil. Ni itstok. Shika manati. Ni na ni chiku na lia. What shika manati. Ni itstok. Kuali.
Kena shimo mok mam ni kena la katl. Kena lamik tiket. Ni kena la mam.
Motla na watil.
Shika manali. Motlena.
Ni motla na watil. Shika manati. Shika manati.
Ni chiwas. Wali. Shimo mo kuitlaw.
Ni chiwas.
Motla na
Ni esto. Kena tlakat.
Ni it's Motla na watil.
Ni nek lamik tiket.
Na lia. Ni chiwas. Na lia. Ni chiwas. Motla na lia.
I think I may have gotten all of them there.
Shika manalti.
Shikual ni it's talk. Net kual na lia. Na lia.
Shikamanal.
Shimo eli. Kena. Masewaltsin.
Ni itsto. Shikamanal te postli.
Ni kuali.
Kena elis. Pastol ni neki. Pastolti.
Na ni chiwas. Na lia. Motla shika manati. Ni chiwas. Na lia. Kuali. Ni tu na lia. Motla na watil. Ni chiwas. Na lia. Ni chiwas.
Motla gal chiket.
Ni motla kuali. Titla de witin.
Tita de witin.
Shika manati. Shika manati. Titla de witin. Ni motla na watil. Ni chiwas. Ni it's talk. Shika manati. Shika manati. Ni it's talk.
Shimo mokla gal chik.
What ni chiwas. Nelia.
Na ni kuali. Titla de witin. Tia win. Titla de witin.
How much are you? Wood.
Ni chi na lia.
Diawin. Ni chiwas. Tetimikian.
Ku na lia. Ni chiwas.
Shika
Ni
manali.
na lia. Shika manati. Ni chiwas. Kuali. Ni
Motla
chiwas.
na wat mam kena la kat gal chiket.
Ni motla na watil.
Ni chika. Nelia. Ni chiwas.
Shikamanal.
What? Neli. Ni chiwas.
Motla na watil. Ni motla na watil. Kamanal. Kuali. Motla na watil. Nelia. Nelia. Kuali.
Ni it's mam ni kena gal chiket.
Motla na Nelia.
Nelia.
Shikamanal. Watil. Kuali. Ni chiwas. Neli chiku. Motla na watil. Ni chiwas. Shikamanal. Nelia.
Kena ni nek mamo kwate.
Ni mot chika kuat. Nichiwa, Kuali, Nelia, Nichiwas, Nichiwas.
Nelia. Nichiwas. Nichiwas. Nelia. Nichiwas.
Kuali, Nichiwa, Shikamanelia, Nichiwas, Kuali.
Motlanahuatil.
Ni kenat kalchikat.
Shikama kalchike.
Elis. Pastor.
Shikamatlawatil, Nichiwas, Nichitok.
Motla kalchikwa.
Motla Shikamet, Kuali, Motla Neli, Nichikamanal, Nichiwas. Motla Nawatia.
Shikamanalti. Te postli.
Ni kenatlacatl.
Ni kena.
Shikaman, Kuali, Nichiwas.
Shikamana Neli Wali.
Shikamanitstok, Nelia. Shikam.
Motlanahuatil. Shimomoquiplaui. Kena. Pastol.
Shikamanitstok, Kuali, Nichiwas.
Titatewitin.
Motla Nawatil, Nichiwas. Kuali.
Nelia. Nichiwas.
Nichitok, Nawatil, Nichiwas.
Nitsto.
Motla Nawatil. Shikamanitstok.
What Neli Wali.
Motla Nawatil, Shikamanalti. Motla Nawatil, Kuali, Nichitok.
Nel Wali.
Shikamanalti. Motla Nawatil, Shikamanalti. Kuali.
Neli. Titatewitin.
Shikamanalti. Titatewitin.
Ni mamochiwa.
Shimomoquinek kalchikat.
No, I can't beat a wall. A wall is just way too strong.
Wali. Neli. Yawin.
Motla Nawatil, Kuali.
Shikamanal. Kenatlacatl. Motlan kalchike.
Shikaman kenat kalmotlana warinek kalchikat.
Motla Nawatil, Kuali, Nichiwas. Nichiwas, Kuali. Motla Nawatil, Nichiwas. Kuali. Nelia.
Niitsto.
Kenatlate. Lamik motlana mamochineki. Lamik.
Shikamanal, Nichitok. Kuali.
Nichiwa Wali. Neli. Nichiwas.
Motla Nawatil, Kuali.
Motlana wakal kalchikat.
Shikamanelia. Nichiwas.
Nichitok.
Motlanahuatil. Nelia.
Motla Nawatil, Nichiwas. Shikamanal,
What Wali. Nitwali. Nelia.
Motla
Nitsto.
Nawatil, Kuali.
What Nichiwa. Nitwali. Titatewitin.
Shikaman, Nelia. Kuali. Motla Nawatil, Nichitok. Kuali.
Shiknel Nitwali. Nichiwas. Nitsto. Motlanahuatil. Nitwali. Nichiwas.
Shikamanalti.
Shikakalchike.
Shim Elis. Te postli.
Motechik, Kuali. Nichiwas.
Wali. Nel Nitwali. Nel Nichiwas. Wali. Nelia. Nitwali.
Shiknel.
Shikamotana. Nelia. Nelia.
Shikamanal kena. Shimomoquitlau kenat te postli.
Shikamanal. Nelia. Motlanahuatil.
Motlana kalchikat.
Kuali. Motla Nalia. Kuali. Nichiwas.
Ni mamochena. Kuateki. Motlanahuatil. Kalchike.
Shikamanati. Kuali. Liitsto. Shikamanal. Kuali. Nalia. Kuali. Shikamanati. Kuali. Nichiwas. Kuali. Nalia. Motla Kuali.
Shimo kenatlacatl. Shikena. Nine kuateki.
Ni te postli. Shikamanalti.
Shikamanati. Kuali. Nichiwas. Nalia.
Shimomoquitlau. Elis. Motlan Eli. Kenat Shikamanalti. Ni Elis. Nek kalchikat.
Motlana. Shimomok mamochi. Pastolti.
Shikamanati. Kuali.
Nitsto. Neli. Wali.
Shimomoquitlau.
Shimomoquiplaui.
Shikamana. Nichiwas. Motlanahuali.
Nitsto. Nelia. Motla kuali.
Nichiwas. Nelia. Nichiwas. Kuali.
Liitsto. Shikamanal Nelia.
Watlanahuatil. Shikamanal. Nichiwas. Kuali. Nichiwas. Kuali. Kuali. Nikuali.
I think I may have killed the majority of his villagers, so I think we're
Motlanahuatil. Nelia. Nelia.
somewhat good to go.
Motlana kenatlakal chikat.
Shikamanalti. Kalquateki.
Nichiwas.
Nichiwas.
Just get next
Motla
age.
Pastolti. Kena. Ni itsto. Kalchike.
Yeah, in order to kill off these behind these walls, I need something else.
Nelia. Nichiwas. Nichiwas.
You can definitely fight that though now.
Nichiwas. Shiknal
If he wants to be sitting that far out.
Nelia. Nichiwas. Nelia. Nichiwas. Nelia. Nichiwas.
Mokuashi Nali Nichiwas.
Nelia. Nikuali. Nichiwas.
Kuali.
Nelia. Titatewitin.
Kuali.
Nichiwas. Nituali. Nelia. Nelia. Nichiwas. Nelia. Kuali. Nelia. Nelia. Kuali. Nichiwas. Nitstok.
Shikamanalti.
Nelia. Nichiwas. Shikamanal. Nichiwas. Nelia. Nichiwas. Kuali. Nelia. Nichiwas. Kuali. Nituali. Neli Kuali. Diawin. Nichiwas. Neli Kuali. Nichiwas.
Kuali. Nalia.
Nelia. Kuali. Nichiwas. Kuali. Nelia.
Nalia. Nichiwas.
Kuali.
Listo. Shimomoku Elis. Kalchikoateki. Shikamanal. Kalchiki.
Nalia. Nichiwas. De Tiawi. Hitla de Witin. Tiawi. De Chin Mctian. Moshika. Listo. Kuali. Hitla de Witin. Nalia. Nichiwas.
Kuali. Hitla de Witin.
Get in there! What does this do? GG! Pay to win? I guess so. Ugh. I guess the Coyote Warriors are insanely good at killing off archers. Coyote Warriors OP. You have to use myth units versus war hut units? Well, yeah, no, there's nothing you can use versus my war hut. It's too strong. You've got a ridiculous unit to kill off archers. You've got a ridiculous unit to kill off infantry, cavalry, and you got a ridiculous unit to kill off infantry. Like, what's he supposed to do? This heroic god power is disgusting. I mean, not really. I think I killed like all of his archers, but what was the drop in? It's hard to tell because I killed all these dudes as well with my army.
Shikamanalti.
Like, what's he gonna do? Like, what? If he goes heroic age, what's he going heroic age for apart from myth unit? I mean, it's. I was just winning based off of army though, right? Like I was just. Of course, there's like skill difference from old mate Luna. What's the diff? It doesn't say. So yesterday, Toxotes just walked out of Blood Pact. Yeah, if you drop it right on the middle and they don't react immediately, I think they can just get out. Or they get stuck. But if they react immediately, they can get out.
Liitstock.
Pick Kama Itachi. Kama Itachi actually makes sense here. Yeah, I was saying you've got to go Kama Itachi versus as Tsukiyomi. Kama Itachi. Amano Uzume versus this. But even then, like the warrior priest moves at the same speed as the Kama Itachi. And then if you get some partly drums as well, it's like straight over for them because they move faster than the guys. I'm not sure. Tis complicated. But it definitely feels like this this Civ has it all. There were weaknesses, and then people complained about the weaknesses, and now I don't know if there's weaknesses anymore. Kill warrior priest while Kamatachi respawns in tree? Ow. You can't fight my army, it's too strong. Right, I think I'm done for today. I was going to stream longer, but I got some other things to do, like the shenanigans with the thing next Saturday, I think it is. Yeah, that's soon, so we have to get that done. I'm going to head off and do that. And I will see y'all on the flip side. Soup says, new patch, new you, new me. I'm going to send you guys over to the Superstar. Is there info on qualifier? Which qualifier? On the one this weekend or the next one? Tomorrow I have an announcement for the LAN. Today I will put an at everyone in my yeah. Today I'm going to put the thing today in my Discord. So it'll be out in hopefully 30 minutes. See you guys later. Bye. Bye. Bye.